trades today. And of course, we have some giveaways to give out. Let's welcome our guests, our expert traders, Forrest and Bull Barbie.
Good morning.
Yo.
Good morning.
Yo. I'm back at it.
I like your sweatshirt. Your lighting looks great today.
Thank you. I have a Amaran sitting right here so that I'm not backlit because I'm in front of a window.
Oh, nice. I need to learn all about that. I like your lighting too, Barbie.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just being blinded, but it's fine. It's all good.
Right? I need some sunglasses. So this morning I saw ADP employment number came out and market went down a little bit and it's kind of recovered just right around VWAP now.
Are people getting employed?
Yeah, jobs data week this week. Big day on Friday, right? Non-farm payrolls.
Yeah, it's all kind of about the jobs numbers this week. So
there's a nice little red candle there at the looks like that was at 8 o'clock. It's when the market moved. Or sorry, I'm on the 15-minute, 8:15.
Do you want to start first for us? Show us NQ.
I can. I sure can.
Thank you.
Trades. So we've got two charts here, ES and NQ. Let's just do NQ. Well, we'll leave that alone for a second. So what I was looking at here was this little spike here, this initial little move. Okay. Also, what's up? Good morning, everybody. So we're ranging. We've created this little node here. Okay. In this chop. Let's just get some more context though. Let's just go to the 4 hour. Let's get off the 15. We know the 15 did the little spike. That's all that we needed to know on that time frame. Okay, so yesterday I had two lines. Lower was the POC, which we did not retest, and then higher I had the price target for higher, which was really just sweeping this high. We moved towards the high, right? So we had a very bullish kind of day basically. Then we pinned high. Let's put our visible range on. I never used this computer, so everything's all messed up. Visible range volume profile. Whoa. I get to go through the exciting moment of configuring this. So if you just added this will be useful, by the way. So my settings for the visible range, okay, for all my volumes, I just turn them to gray. So number 4 from the top left. I don't really care about the delta and volume. And then for the row size, you can just put that at 100. And I'll give you that nice higher kind of resolution VP that I always have. Okay, so we still have the higher parse target. This line lower we don't really need. We can see that it is this major node though. So if we do come lower, I still think we'll come to this price. I should leave it. It's not a naked POC anymore though. It's just a massive section in the auction, cutting back to whatever point in time that was. And the last thing that we want to change is the POC. We don't need that on this. So same price lower, but just for a different reason, right? Just due to the size of this node. We still are in an uptrend, FYI. So we have higher highs and higher lows. We've been squeezing and getting choppy near the highs, but we can see our lows here. We still have a low and then a higher low. Okay, a low and a higher low. So we still have this general shape that has not failed yet, right? The price action recently has started to compress, like consolidate, even on the higher time frames. But we still are in an uptrend technically, and all-time highs are right here. They're pretty close. So right now, people are getting killed on the premium side, right? Anybody who was like FOMOing and calls at the end of the month got absolutely smoked with a little pullback. Today, my plan, per usual, is really the same thing. We have the same high. That target hasn't changed. That low, still that POC. We've got prior day low down here as well. Obviously, I need to use alt instead. And then there's this naked low out here. But if we add in our session VP, right, you can see that this POC was already retested overnight. It's a very similar thing happened here. We closed higher P-shaped VP, kind of a bullish volume profile, and it's already been traversed the auction here. So yeah, same game plan. Gonna wait for my key levels to hit. If you're long bias, this pullback was it. I'm gonna check ES real quick just to see if it's traversed this shelf, but I'll let Barbie talk about ES overall. Yeah, so this wick here still has not been tested on ES, the 5968 wick for that flag higher. Let's see on NQ. On NQ, it got pretty close. This is the 1400 4 o'clock candle. So I would like to see this wick get a little swept before continuation higher, but they could just do another very bullish move, continue to go for this high. It's very possible today.
We're almost there. I can't believe the daily chart on both NQ and ES. It's like mind blowing that we're already back.
We've got the big disaster behind us. Yeah.
Yeah. It makes me kind of a little bit queasy as far as like waiting for bad news to come, but we just have no idea what will happen.
Well, that was like last year. You could have waited for bad news to come all spring. It never came. So you would have gotten pants on your puts, but
yeah. Thank you, Forrest.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what Forrest is talking about. I mean, obviously we're in, at least for over the past few days, an uptrend. We've been one time framing up, if y'all are familiar with that term, just meaning we keep moving up every day. But so I've been looking at kind of the volume profile too. We were looking the other day about over this little region that we were looking to get over. There we go. So this is the hourly chart, and this is where we were making some lows last week, and now we're starting to climb back higher. I'm kind of with Forrest, where I think we could test lower before we continue this walk up, even though so we're in the walk up until we're not. So until this walk up pattern breaks, we're in the walk up pattern, but it can still come down and confirm that we want to keep pricing higher, especially when we have, where it's just been straight up and not retested. And then we do have the wicks in there too. So I do kind of like that. I'll show you where I have my levels on for that. And I've been kind of watching these areas anyway. I tend to get a little bit lazy, like when we're coming into contract roll about cleaning up my charts. They're getting a little bit crazy. But basically, it's this major area of support down here that's kind of going to be my line in the sand. So as long as we stay over this is what I've been calling the swing high party zone, because if you zoom out, there's a lot of little swing highs on the higher time frame charts. So instead of trying to pick which one was my favorite, I just made a zone out of it. We also have the trend lines, both for this hourly. These are a little bit faint, but I think y'all should be able to see that. We've got this hourly trend line that we're in, and then I pulled these off of higher charts, 4 hour or daily. I don't even remember which one's which. But as long as we hold above that area, we're maintaining this current pattern, which is, the one time framing grind up, however you want to put it. It's a bullish pattern until it fails. This is the point of failing. So that level is the 5950s, basically. Because like I said, there's a lot of little small levels in there. And when there's a lot of small levels, instead of trying to call the right one, I make it a zone. So what I'm looking at is, so obviously the bulls are kind of in charge right now, looking to move the market higher. We have not tested the high from last week yet, the 6,008, and we have not quite made it to 6,000. So those are both on deck. If we can make a little move lower and kind of clean up the auction down here is the way I think Forrest kind of explains it too, where you've got to kind of confirm that all the orders were satisfied down here. Then the market can see if it can move back higher, if that's what it's ready for. So if we're going to make that sort of move, we have not hit 6,000 back on ES yet. And then we still have the high from last week at 6,008. And I'm still really watching the 60-30s. I have it marked like just at 60, 30, 50, but it's not like a hard level. This is more of a zone 2, kind of the lower 60-30s. So that 60-30 is really kind of my next target up there if we do start getting a walk up. And then, of course, there's like the halfway, the 60-50 and that sort of thing as we keep moving up. But that's starting to get into a bigger move. And I'm starting to get more cautious about, making at a point we're going to have to do some retracing on the daily. So that looks like this right now. So this is one of those market inhales and exhales. And we're on an inhale right now. So the farther we get into this zone, I'm going to be cautious of the market wanting to check and make sure that we can't get any cheaper than this right now. So I hope that all makes sense. that's kind of what I'm working with today. So, I mean, anything can happen. We are still kind of in the slow, grindy consolidation, but it's a consolidation upwards kind of right now. So
It's
we
so
can move
pretty to
fast.
see the higher highs and the higher lows, just
Yeah.
like that. It's
That's what we
classic
were
pattern.
in until, this mess over here. And then we started doing the
Mhm.
lower high, lower low. So that's just always the way I look at it. Until something changes, I follow what we're given and what we have on the chart. So
Thank you,
Indeed.
Barbie. Have you guys looked at gold or at oil? I know our audience mentioned that they would like to hear a little bit more about gold and oil. Forrest, have you been watching gold at all?
Is my expression looking at gold? No, I can look at it though. Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's take a look together.
Wow. I'm kidding. So, so what happened on gold? So this is still marked up from whenever that trade was that it took. So let's get a clean, unbiased look at it. All right. Daily chart, VP. We just traversed this. There was a very obvious kind of like channeling thing that it would just cracked higher out of, right? So it pushed out of here. There was a trend line here. Obviously, you guys saw that. We pushed through that. So this is starting to do like this staircase pattern, right? Where it's like it flags off of a small move. And so the next staircase pattern would be really around at this high. Because we're at, I believe, all-time highs on gold, basically. Yeah. It's always a little funky here, right? So I can't, it'd be easy enough to just say, hey, it's going to staircase into its high. But I mean, this is literally the highest price this thing's ever been, right? So like logic demands that you think about what would happen there. Everyone is green. Everyone who's long is green for sure at these prices, right? This makes sense. So often, by the way, if something makes a brand new all-time high, not just a daily high, that is bullish. It's FYI, right? So if something breaks its all-time high record, it tends to run a little bit. It doesn't just sweep and reject. But I am keeping that in mind around here. So, but all of the magnets on the VP are lower. That's always going to be the truth, by the way, when you're trading all-time highs. And so trading all-time highs tends to be a little bit tricky in general, just because, again, all the volume is below you. So at least with how I trade.
Yeah, and with
Caveat that.
all-time highs, the temptation is to continue to short it for like newbies.
It
I've
is, but that
experienced
initial
that.
break, yeah, that initial break is usually bullish. Like if
Yeah.
something becomes a higher price than it's ever been,
Mhm.
think of it as like getting bid up, and it's probably going to get bid up a little bit more before it pulls back. On the short term, so this 4-hour chart, we could look for it to traverse this, right? We have these lows down here, right? So I could look for a trend line retest, confluence with this shelf here, like right around here. So whatever this price is, 33.29. That could be a trade idea. Maybe short into that. But in terms of like a signal, I don't really see. We have actually this 4-hour close here on this high. Yeah, this could range. I could see this like chopping back down to here a little bit. I'm not going to take that necessarily. Let's see what happens.
It's so interesting that gold is towards all-time highs. So are the indexes. It's like, I don't know. What is that telling us? I'm not sure.
Me? I mean, nothing. Platinum is still weaving above. I think this flag on platinum looks like it's going to fail. TBH. Let's see. Had a high volume green here. I don't know. This thing is chopping really strongly. If this cracks, it's going to go to this 1164 price higher. I wish I had a cleaner read on this, but oh well. What was the other one you want to see? Gold and
crude oil.
And we're talking about
oil?
crude, but the problem with crude today is it's Wednesday, so we have inventories at 10:30. Well, yeah, 10:30 Eastern, 9:30 my time. So I don't mess with crude oil when we're waiting for those inventories. It's a big major news event, but yeah, like you can see on Forrest's chart there, we do have that major move down, so it does have some kind of retracement levels built in right there. after the news.
Yeah. I mean, lower would be breaking this kind of like wedge that it is built.
And oil's very news driven,
Here.
and there's also stuff with Iran and the uranium stuff going on right now. So if you're trading crude, you need to pay attention to that too.
Yeah.
Definitely have your stops in with crude.
The obvious target higher is going to be this 71,
Yeah.
like just whipsawing back, like basically doing a W. Back
But that's
into-
kind of how crude trades. So you kind of wait to get on a little break of consolidation and hold on for dear life.
Clench.
That's what we do in the afternoons.
The clench trade.
Yeah, it's the afternoon ass clencher.
So for news, I'm seeing that we had the ADP employment news at 8:15 Eastern time. We have 9:45 news, S&P Global U.S. Services PMI, and 10
The
o'clock.
PMI at 10 is the one that I'm looking at. The ISM.
Bigger one. At
Yeah.
10 o'clock, the ISM services. Yep, and then crude that you mentioned at 10:30 and beige book at 2.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot we have beige book today too. We might end up with a slow afternoon. So let's try to get those trades in the morning.
Yeah, anything can happen. The ADP number was off. It was unexpected on the downside. It was lower than expected. So maybe we get some tweets.
Maybe.
You never know.
I had already seen him complaining about the oh, there it is. He already posted. He beat you to it. This is what he said. ADP number out. Too late. Powell must now lower the rate. He is unbelievable. Europe has lowered 9 times. There it is.
Oh,
It's crazy.
beat me to the punch.
That was an hour ago.
And the market is just about unchanged, 8 points above.
Yeah, we've been really just flatlined since we opened. But the way I look at it, the market's holding. It didn't try to retrace that overnight, and I think it's very likely to during the open here. But it's holding, so I'm taking note of that.
Yeah.
When we made that move lower, it really did. ES even pierce the overnight low? I guess they both just barely tapped it, so they didn't even really move into those lows. These are the pre-market lows before that data. And it tapped it, and then it's now moving right back away. So I don't know if the market's really ready to move too much lower. So that's why I'm wondering if we get another move like that in RTH, that could be interesting.
Yeah, it looks like so we have 9 minutes until market opens. We just got a little spike of a candle, the market on open candle, which, by the way, I should work on some education and bring that in. Maybe for
Oh yeah,
tomorrow.
I will gladly pass the torch for that one.
Give you a mini break. Yeah, so we can share my chart. I'm planning on doing the 5-minute opening range every day. That's what I'm going to do until we determine whether this is a good one or a bad one. I will tell you, yesterday, I again wanted to switch to the 15-minute orb, Barbie. I was like, dang it. It sucks to lose. It never feels good, but we just keep going.
Well, the nice thing about the 5-minute is it would be a faster trade, but it should have a lower win rate. So like that's usually the way that works when you move down to a faster version. Not always, but.
So for our giveaways today, what should we set our bounties at? We want to focus on likes today?
I like the likes. Reward the people that are actually here. And
participating, like clicking the button.
It's a free little click. I think they can do it.
Yeah, click that button, guys.
Let's set the first bounty at 500 likes. We are at 112. We can do it. We can do it, guys.
Let me hop into this chat.
Everyone smash the like button and share the show on all of your socials. Let everyone know. Come and watch us. Come join the party with us.
There's Forrest. Now the party's going to start.
Uh-oh.
I love the hearts, guys. Confetti. Okay, so today we have, we're doing the forms. seems to be a big hit. So we'll be doing a form. We'll also be doing a free reset drop, I think. So stay tuned. Let's hit 500 likes. So we have our first bounty set. So the market is, still around VWAP. I've noticed the last few mornings, we've been just kind of right around VWAP. Not much happening. Market is balanced.
A little timid.
Yeah, we already traversed. There's nothing, like, we have a very strong D-shaped profile here in the morning, at least on the 4. Let's go to the 15. See what we got. So there's nowhere really for it to go, in my opinion, right now, other than to this range. I mean, all the imbalances lower, I guess, technically, if you wanted like a fast candle. But the Thursday, May 29th target is like right there in reach. We'll probably crack that if we go higher, to be honest. To like, I don't know, on the way to 22,000.
I like the 60/30s on ES, so I didn't calculate that over to NQ, but
60/30s. That is, let's see what's up there.
There should be a higher time frame HVN.
There is, yeah. The other side of it right there.
Yeah.
1,033.50.
And then we kind of run into some potential highs and things from other days there too. I think there might be an old VPOC there or a higher time frame one. I'd marked it as a volume profile level.
I like it. Let's see, we've got 6,054. Something naked up there. 6,015. 6,015 is this naked POC from the 3rd of March. Kind of chilling. We'll give her a level.
Let's do a poll. What are you guys thinking? Bullish or bearish? Can we get a poll up? Bullish or bearish, or I have no idea.
We are just really kind of, we could go either way, especially at open. I feel like it could definitely make some sort of little reactionary move out of the gates here. We'll see.
Yeah. Let's see what everyone thinks.
I would expect if we get some volatility, it'll probably be earlier in the day because beige book, like everyone gets slow and wants to wait for that.
Yeah. So far, it's looking like people are more bullish. Everyone vote. Let us know. So 4 minutes until market opens.
Keep the likes coming. I think we're at 400 now.
Awesome. Good job, guys. That was fast. You guys are on it today.
When they want something, they'll work for it.
That's what I love about traders. We are determined, motivated, aggressive at times. How has your trading been lately, Barbie and Forrest?
So I actually, I wanted to, we can talk about this for a minute. Like yesterday, I needed a brain break. I was here like trading with y'all, but then I wasn't even really feeling like trading yesterday. So I just took off. Like I had other things to focus on. And it feels really good to come back after that and know that like I needed that space for an afternoon. So
you feel,
not much yesterday.
Yeah, you feel refreshed after just
yeah. I mean, sometimes you just got all these other things in the back of your brain. You got to go take care of them and get recentered so you can do the damage you need to do.
I think that brings up such a good point because I've noticed the days that I tend to tilt more are the days that I'm not feeling well, either physically or mentally, or maybe I'm just like really tired.
I
or
woke
something.
up and just knew that like my brain wasn't going to go in the zone easily today, or it was yesterday, but you know.
Yeah, and it sounds like such a great way to save money and not make mistakes.
Yeah, that's the idea. I've made that mistake enough. I have made it, so.
Yeah, it seems like such a big part of the game isn't just about making money and making winning trades, but also staying out. And that includes like the market conditions that are just not your setup. And then also the psychology side of things. If you're not feeling well, just stay out, because such a big part of our job is decision making. And if we're not at our peak, likely we will make bad decisions, or maybe not the best decisions. And that is something I'm definitely still working on. And it's like that awareness of like, okay, wait a minute. I see a correlation here that when I'm not feeling well and I trade, I tend to like do really dumb things.
Yeah, I just knew my mind was elsewhere, and if I took the time to go take care of that stuff, then it's all good.
Yeah. So, and you felt better taking care of everything that you needed to?
Especially now. Now I feel like I can come back and take business. Take care of business.
Take that
Awesome.
business.
That is kind of our job.
We have less than 1 minute. Market is going to open. Still hovering around VWAP. And we're still within that news candle, the ADP news candle. We had two really big red candles. Oh, we can share my chart if you'd like to see.
I'm waiting
Terry
to
wants
see.
to trade first. She wants to get the first one
Yes.
in. I get it.
Oh yeah, get it in there.
I'm like, out of the gates. Let's go.
They're asking what volume indicator we're looking at. So on Forest chart, that's the volume profile, I believe, that you're looking at.
Yep, we've got the session volume profile HD. So go to indicators, type in session VP HD, and then the other one is the visible range. So VRVP. Right there. Those are the ones I use. You're welcome.
And a reminder that it is 20%. Oh, market is open.
We're open.
A reminder that it is 20% off resets for the starter plus accounts, and then also resets on the expert accounts. In case you made a mistake or a couple of mistakes, or your strategy just didn't work, you can reset for 20% off, which is a great deal. It's easy to forget about a sale on resets and just like go in and just buy a new account. It's like, oh, but wait a minute, it's a lot cheaper. I want to say it's like $26 less to do the reset. I did have to do a reset. So,
well, some of us are trained on some of the more scammy firms, and we have to not do the resets because we get screwed on them. But we're not doing those anymore. So resets are a good deal. I know what they're talking about.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, sometimes there's other firms where it's a better deal to not reset your account. So.
Oh, yeah. No, I think
gotta pay attention and do all the math all the time.
Yeah, you do. So we're pushing higher. First candle is looking green so far. Yesterday we had that big push up and then like a rejection.
I wasn't even here around for that, but yeah, it wasn't a huge rejection though. That's why I'm wondering if we're gonna try to traverse into that. Not so far though.
Yeah. Okay, so
pushing like crazy.
It was funny. I was thinking about this trade this morning, and I was thinking that, gosh, if this trade loses, it's really gonna suck. And then it's like, it's okay. It's the system. It's hard not to personalize these things. So this is the ADP news candle, you guys. So we're still trading within it.
I do want to, while we're waiting, we can kind of point this out, because I know this is a thing a lot of the newer traders do, is they'll see these big aggressive news candles like that, and then they'll think they need to kind of hop in on that move. And if you actually pay attention and watch these news candles, look at how many of them make a full retracement. I haven't run the math on it, but like to get a half retracement is like most of the time, and then getting the full retracement is still a majority of the time.
From pre-market, like the news candles from pre-market?
It doesn't matter if it's pre-market or not.
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
it happens a lot on FOMC candles too. We get that big reaction and the market's like, oh wait, we already knew that.
Mm-hmm.
But we have the algos that react to those keywords. So they'll throw one of those keywords out and it'll freak the market out, and then it's like, no, it's fine.
Yeah, I've seen that where I've like chased the market, not just seen, but experienced it, where I've chased the market and then the market just reverses on you. Everyone gets short squeezed. Yeah, that sucks. So we're still pushing green on this first candle. How are we doing on the likes? Have we hit 500 yet?
I'll have to refresh here. Chat has to
Where
be
you guys
good,
at?
otherwise I don't get to pay attention to it. We're almost there. We need about 60 more.
Awesome. Good job, guys. We are almost there.
What's our goal for today? 500?
500 likes.
Just the first bounty, 500 likes.
9,000? Over 9,000?
That too.
20,000. That would be very ambitious. I don't think
We'll
I've
get
had
there
enough
next
coffee
week.
to do that yet. Okay, here we go.
Nice tweezer opening.
Oh, we did
here.
just hit 500. So what happens now, Terry?
Oh my gosh. Okay. I wish someone could enter this order in for me. We'll
let you enter the order in.
Yeah. Let's do that first.
So well, you've got like 42 seconds, 40 seconds on your
Okay.
5-minute
Here.
candle.
I'll do this here. Sell
I always do the one on the other side first.
on the other side first. Ooh, this is looking really good because of that news candle. If we break on the upside. Okay. Hopefully I don't get taken early.
I didn't really mention the pre-market highs, but we've not taken them yet. Yep. Up there at 96 on ES, 767 on NAS.
Okay, let me queue up our first giveaway. So exciting.
Okay, so y'all just have to pay attention for this code while Terry's getting the trade on. Hopefully.
Keep your eyes open.
It will drop. The code will drop anytime. We don't know. Every time we hit our bounty goal, and then the code will just magically appear. It's like really exciting. Oh, there it goes. 50 free reset code. Pushing green.
Let's
50.
go. Let's go.
Let's go. I love getting free resets. Let us know in chat.
So
if
for starter plus an expert, I believe someone was asking.
Yes, thank you. Starter plus an expert is the free reset. Oh, Suda Trader got one. Cryptic got it. Fizzy Flex got it. Thomas, you got it. Good job, guys. J Buzz got one. Queen of Trades. I like that name.
Did you get tagged in?
I got tagged in.
Wall Street.
Okay, it's pushing higher. Here we go. I'm going to now cancel the sell order. Uh-oh. Did I cancel? No, we're good. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell if it's the actual other order I'm canceling or if it's like the stop loss and the take profit, like with the lines with Untradeovate. So far this trade is looking good. I went in with 3 micros. I've never stuck to I've never tried and I never stuck to it of trying like a betting strategy paired with a trading strategy. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. So we've lost 2 days in a row. So today is day 3. So I'm in 3 micros. And then if we win today, then tomorrow I'll go down to 1. Do not copy me. Absolutely do not. This is entertainment only. This is not investment advice.
That is a good point. These are our trades. You guys have your own trades. These are our trades.
Yes.
We'll let you sneak a peek. But
exactly. So this is just something that I am experimenting with. And
you don't like it, keep your mouth shut because you don't have to take it. It's not your trade.
Yes. Okay, so now I'm going to eyeball about 1-to-1 here. And then I have to go through here.
I think we're getting pretty close.
It's pushing.
And I'm moving my stop to below that 5-minute candle. Oh, look at it go.
Oh, you're getting pretty close here.
Go. Our take profit is at 21,805 and 75 cents. It's pushing.
Push.
Push.
Do it.
So this looks like yesterday's high here. We're trading above yesterday's high. I like it. Come on. It's pushing. It's in profit by about 90 some dollars. And we are up 72 points on NASDAQ so far. 8 minutes in the open. So as far as the first 5-minute candle kind of giving us an impression of the day, I mean, it's not always true. It can be, right? Like,
Well, we have broken the pre-market high and yesterday's high, which backs up the pattern we were talking about with the one timing framing higher, where we're pushing the high every day. Ooh,
yeah.
This is a yummy candle if you're long right now.
Yeah. I think Rake Trades, didn't he say on our show during the interview that one of his advice tips was look at like the first candle, and if it's green, don't fight it, like don't try and short that day, and if it's red, then don't try and go long.
That's why it's hard when we have those opens where NASDAQ will move one way and ES moves the other way. That's why I'm like, ooh, nope.
Hands off. Yeah. I like that, how you have conditions set, like your conditions to stay out.
Yeah. That's actually, I think that's harder than getting in a lot of the times, is knowing when to stay out, because I think we jump in when we think we see something and we don't actually go through the checklist in our head if it actually hitting all those things or not. But
yeah, it's still green, pushing.
It's
Soon
pushing.
it will be the 15-minute orb ready to go.
Yeah, we got this is our third 5-minute candle of the day, so I'm watching that one. I want them both to work out, so
Yeah, we need
we found when
that.
they both work out, it tends to be a really strong move. So
I'm just
Let's
playing the
set
waiting game. You guys are having all the fun.
Are you sitting on your hands?
This is why we designed a trade for the group. This one, if it's based on time, it's just so likely to hit. We could end up sticking inside of a range and not actually hit it, but it doesn't happen very often.
Yeah. Volatility has been contracting
in
general, which actually sets us up for a big move. Like the longer we sit in that, it seems like the longer we sit.
Yeah, well, the longer you can compress, and I mean that's a squeeze. So that's when we get a big breakout.
Go. I'm like, oh, is this trade going to reverse and end up red? I hope not.
We do have a very strong D shape on NQ. I mean, it does look like it's pushing higher, but it's gonna, like it wants to consolidate a little bit here.
Sometimes it takes a while, and that's where I've found when I'm trading way too big, it's gets you in trouble. And maybe the trade idea would have worked, but because of your sizing, you're just completely wiped out, which sucks. It's pushing.
Indeed.
All right, take profit is at 805. We're about 13 points away, right? About 20 points or so. Every candle's been green so far. This is looking super bullish for the day. Maybe it was the Trump tweet. He's like, the feds, you guys have to lower rates now.
Well, he's on the too late Powell thing again.
Yeah.
Mr. Too Late.
I've seen this where in pre-market, if it's a big move down on a news candle, and then during New York can come up and test it and then go back down, or it'll completely disagree, and then it's almost like a slingshot and it'll send price higher because all these people were short. Algos, a lot of algos short too. We are pushing higher. Well, while we're waiting, Barbie, would you like to show us the chart of the day?
Sure. You know, there wasn't a whole lot. We are consolidating a lot. So I was trying to think of something interesting that we could talk about. And I pulled up GameStop. So where are the hodlers? Where are the apes?
We
GameStop
are
has
100%.
well, hopefully we'll get my screen up in a second. But I did pull up, if you look at GameStop, it's been kind of, you've seen it in tweets and it's been going around the socials and stuff. And so that's kind of what's been catching my attention. And then I'm a hodler. We got to all play the game, right? It doesn't really matter if you're up or not, as long as you have some. But so I was just noticing that we were coming up on a 30 level. It's like, wait, I'm actually in some profit on this. What? I'm not supposed to be in profit on GameStop. But yeah, it's pushing the 30 level. And we did have this like kind of bounce back up and move back down. We're really holding the, we're still on Terry's chart, but so we,
yeah. Can we switch? I'm sorry, Barbie. Can we switch to Barbie's chart, please? Yeah, I want to see GameStop. I haven't looked at that chart in a while.
I think we're just watching your trade.
Yeah. Okay.
GameStop's
I'm following what you're saying, Barbie.
It has been consolidating a lot on the daily, and it's starting to kind of make these little tick moves up. So I'm paying attention to it. It could be a party. Oh, there we go. So what we have on GameStop, I was trying to figure out what in the heck does GameStop even have going on right now. They're in Bitcoin. So it's kind of become another one of those where if you're a hodler, I guess, and you're bullish on Bitcoin, we could still get some moves out of this one. So this is what the hourly looks like too. You can see there's plenty of targets up here. There's a really obvious little zone there up just under the 32 level. We're dancing with that 30 level right now. So I don't know why GME would move up. Nobody ever knows why it would, but I guess Bitcoin's the reason now. But it is trying to make a move and get some attention right now. So that's kind of interesting. But so we did just get inside of the 15 minutes, so it's time to get those orders in too. Make sure I've got those, and then there's that chart. So ideally, we can both print on this one. I could talk more about GME, but you'll probably like this trade too. But what do y'all think about I know we've got apes here. I just wanted to see who's aping with us. Terry's aping with me.
I made a lot of money on GameStop during that first run back in the old day.
Yeah, that was so wild. Oh my gosh. So many stocks. Peloton, do you remember Peloton? Like the valuation?
Oh my God, I played that out of town. Like I was at I don't know if we were on vacation or a sports thing for the kids. I remember I got it before the kids, traded Peloton at the open, and then took off. And I was like, holy shit, you would not know what I just did. You have no idea. The dirty things I just did to Peloton.
And then it just crashed. It was so sad to see that chart. Yeah, same with GameStop. And I haven't heard the latest news if like I forgot his name, but the guy who was the kitty guy.
Oh
yeah.
Roaring Kitty. Yeah. Is he holding any or is he done? Like what is he up to?
I think he's a lifer. I don't know. He's a character.
That would be so fun to be able to get him on our show one day.
Burke, get on that.
Burke. Burke makes magic happen. Thank you, Burke. So the trade, I'm still in it. It's up about $80 or so. And Barbie, you're waiting to get tagged into yours.
Yep.
Hopefully we can both print on it. We haven't
that would
yet.
Be ideal.
Yeah, not for a while.
I think maybe the first one we did.
Like the very first one. I like this trade though, because the first 5-minute candle, this low right here, we have not come down and tested like at all. And we're almost to the 30-minute marker of New York's open. So when I see this, I'm thinking market participants are willing to pay higher prices. All the people who bought down here, they got a better deal, and people continue to just pay this higher price. So if we can spend the next hour and not come and test this low in the first 5 minutes, that is looking like a really good setup for a beautiful green day.
We don't have a lot of volume today, so it might just kind of be one of those little walk-ups that we've had. I'm still cautious about price moving lower because there are some obvious little gaps that we could target, but
Okay, should we set our next bounty, you guys?
I'm ready.
What
Always
are we
ready.
thinking?
Okay, help me decide. What should we do? Let's decide as a team.
How should we torture the chat? Just kidding.
Barbie. Okay, so we're at 528 likes. What should we set the first one at, or the second one at?
800.
800? What do
What's
you
a
guys
good-
think, chat? What should we set the next bounty at? For how many likes?
I'm thinking they could do 800.
I think we can
800?
do 800 too.
Okay, 800. I'm seeing 800 also in the chat. Let's do 800. The next bounty, 800 likes. And then we will drop the next giveaway.
I
Let's
believe
do
in
it.
you guys.
Share your this show on your socials. Let everyone know. Come join the party. And reminder that it is 20% off using code YouTube, 20% off resets for Starter Plus and also for the expert accounts for the resets. Use code YouTube. For all your purchases on MyFundedFutures, it definitely helps to support our show. It helps expand programming and help bring you great education. Also, new traders, like brand new to MyFundedFutures, it is 50% off on any type of account. So it is a great time to try MyFundedFutures if you haven't yet. We are the best. We're the best. Forrest, do you remember when you guys had me on as a guest trader? You're like, Terry, which firm is your favorite firm? I'm like, I cannot believe you asked me that. And
Did I ask that?
you did.
Right answers only.
Sounds like something I would say.
Yeah, you asked that. And then I was like, I love them all. It's like children. It's like children. You can't pick just one, like your favorite. And you're like,
Yeah, but
oh,
if you
come
had to pick
on.
one, okay.
Yes. So
If you
MyFundedFutures
okay.
is 100% my favorite. I'm in love. So
I like accounts that are easy to, there's not a ton of BS and hoops to get through, but then that are easy to keep too, because that's always an issue. Some of them make it hard to keep the funded accounts, which is kind of
and I will tell you, it's like I do not want to deal with waiting to see if like days if you got approved and all these like a gazillion rules on the back end that maybe you broke, maybe you didn't, you don't know. I just
like, no, we've had that rule the whole time. We just didn't explain it before. Oops.
or now they're going to enforce it, or I mean, I want to try and stay positive. It's like I think
you can take it personally at this point, Terry. You're allowed because it's personal now, right?
Yeah.
So
I think it's pick the firms that you trust and you feel most comfortable with and that fits your trading style. So MyFundedFutures, one of the many things I love about it is the end of day trailing drawdown. So if I'm in a winning trade and then let's say the next trade I lose, I'm not going to be penalized on my drawdown at the end of the day, right? So if I'm up $500 and then I want to risk, $250 of that or $500 of it even, then I'm not going to be hurt by that if I lose that amount. I love that about that. And then also like how quickly MyFundedFutures pays. It's the fastest around and you don't have to wait for days. And it's very clear set rules. It's not, I don't know, there's no funny business happening. So I love that. All right.
I don't mess around with the trailing drawdown stuff anymore. I don't do it.
Yeah. You
intraday,
got tired of it?
Stuff. I mean, I don't have to, so.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so the trade is down a little bit. I won't cry. I'll tell you guys right now, I will not cry if this trade loses. Even though there might be a small part of me that will be really sad, but it's okay. There's no crying in futures, right, Barbie?
That's right.
So, you haven't been tagged in yet in your trade.
I haven't. It's pretty boring over here so far.
Yeah, it's
But
just
sometimes trading be like that. That's
yeah.
okay.
Maybe I wonder if it's like most days are kind of sitting around waiting.
Yeah, and so I mean we have lower volume and some conditions that aren't super exciting for this. So I mean that makes some sense that it would happen kind of more slowly. But that's why I designed, a point to go to break even and all that. Because that happened yesterday. The first entry, I got stopped out at break even, but then the second one paid real nice. So
Yeah.
that's how it's designed.
This is wanting to go back to unchanged.
I know it's like
What was your
not
entry?
good for a breakout trade.
My entry is at 761. Yeah, not good for a breakout. 761. So I like breakout trades because it's a nice clear entry. It's very clear and going with momentum. However, the downside of breakout strategies is you don't get in at a good price. You're buying high, hoping to sell higher, selling low, hoping to sell lower. Okay, so how are we on our likes? Are we good?
We're there.
We're there. Awesome. Okay, let's drop the form and then fill out the form, you guys, for a chance to win a free account.
I like these because it's luck. So if you got good vibes, you got a good shot at these ones.
Yes, I
You
love
don't have
it
to be a
too.
speed demon.
No.
We're chill trading over here. So
Anything to help the nerves, definitely. Okay, so everyone, make sure you go and fill out the form to get a chance to win, and then we will maybe do the wheel later. That was fun, and
I love
maybe
some wheel.
me too.
The
Hopefully,
wheel strategy? Oh no, the wheel of like fortune thing.
the Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune
wheel
at
of
MyFundedFutures.
prizes. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe we'll get the sound effects. I want the sound effects back. It's like my favorite. So not much is happening.
Forrest wanted to take a wheel trade. We'll get those in there one of these days.
The wheel, like with options.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not enough risk for me.
Not enough risk for okay.
I need asymmetric returns on my
Well, it's a cool strategy for getting into something you want to hold anyway.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So it's just hovering around VWAP right here.
Yeah, it's sticking. I'm watching to see here. So if you go to the 15 minute session VP, like the developing VPs, you can see that they're differently shaped right now. So NQ kind of looks like it wants to range down to where probably VAL is. ES though, however, looks much more bullish just in its shape. So if it doesn't range lower now in like the next 15 minutes or so, like maybe ES cuts out here, then we're probably just going to continue to grind higher, in my opinion.
I think
Otherwise,
it would be easier for it to move higher if it had made that move lower.
yeah. Otherwise, we're going to get this very it's going to come down to like right around here, traverse this node, and we'll have a rangy, whatever. What's today? Wednesday. Rangy Wednesday. We already took out overnight highs, prior day highs, overnight lows. I mean, we still have this low from this flag that hasn't been tagged in on either. So grindy day overall so far.
Yeah, and we have news coming up, I think.
3 minutes.
Yeah. Maybe that'll make it move.
A Canadian, yeah, overnight rate and Bank of Canada rate statement. Not sure if that's typically a mover, but we'll see. Maybe it is today. Maybe it is today.
Well, we have a special guest today.
Who we got?
We have Vola Trades.
One and only.
Get him in here.
Hey, Vola Trades. I would like to welcome you onto the show. Come on down. Come join us.
I like that. Come on down. The trade is right.
MyFundedFutures. Come on down.
Yo, what's up,
How we
man?
doing? What's going on? How is everybody this morning?
Good.
Doing good. How are you?
Can't complain. Can't complain. No, I don't have any trades here yet this morning, but you know, sometimes, as I always like to tell everyone, not trading can sometimes be trading.
You got to
Yeah.
literally wait for your setup. If it's not there,
That's
you
it.
don't do anything.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about yourself. Like, how did you get into trading, and share with us a little bit about your journey?
Yeah, sure. So I've actually been trading since 2018, the end of 2018. I primarily was trading in the equities market. I just transferred over to futures the beginning of 2024. So about a year and a half into futures. I mainly trade the NASDAQ. The story that of how I got into trading is kind of boring, but it was kind of by accident. I was just kind of being a stay-at-home dad after we had made a move as a family, and just happened to come across it online through some mutual friends, and started watching some YouTube videos, kind of got hooked, and I've been studying the market ever since. You can never stop studying, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It is like an endless rabbit hole for sure.
It definitely is. There's never too much information in the trading world. That is for sure.
Yeah.
And then how did you get into prop trading?
So prop trading, when I first made the move over to futures, I had originally heard of prop trading while I was still trading stocks. And I was like, this sounds a little too good to be true. And there's that 10 o'clock news.
Ooh,
That actually
Oops.
gapped.
good thing my stop was in. Yeah, it tagged my stop. It was a big drop down. Just show you guys real quick.
Candles. It happened
Did you get
fast.
tagged in, Barbie, into your trade?
Yeah. My chart even lagged here for a second, so it was kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie.
Wow, that was
But
so
we're there.
fast. Look at this gap. So it closed here in this candle, and then it opened down here.
Sheesh.
Oof.
Yeah, I had a little short scalp on my TP. It hit my TP instantly.
Wow, nice
694.
trade for us. Sorry.
Oh no,
for
yeah.
interrupting.
Hey, it happens. Hey, the market comes first, right? Market comes first.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I'm streaming myself, I always tell everyone, I was like, you know, we'll do little games to keep everyone entertained here and there, but it's like if something's happening in the market, like that always comes first.
Yes, everyone's like paying attention. Like, wait.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
tell
it
is
even
when
caught me off guard. I was like speechless as I saw it drop. I was like, whoa.
I'm quietly looking off into the distance, it's because I'm trading.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I honestly don't even remember what I was saying, to be honest. Oh,
I don't know what you talk about at all.
from stocks to futures, or oh yeah, when I came over, or the prop firms,
Yeah.
right. I just got to backtrack a little bit. So yeah, I originally thought it was too good to be true with the prop firms, because I'm like, wait a minute, so you can sign up for X amount of dollars and they give you all this capital to trade with, and you're telling me they'll pay out that amount if I like get to that point. I'm like, this doesn't sound right. And but eventually I dove in with a different prop firm to start. You know, as you were saying earlier, Terry, love to all the prop firms out there, the good ones anyways. There are some bad ones. But yeah, no, I just kind of weaseled my way in there and kind of tested the waters with a lot of different ones until I found the ones that I like. And I just kind of stay with, I'm a firm believer in finding the ones that, you know, make you feel like you're getting the best deal and the best customer service. Cause it's not just about how much you're paying, right? Because there are going to be some issues that arise every once in a while. And it's how good that prop firm handles those issues. And there's only a handful of them out there that I feel are worth your time and money. And obviously if I'm here, we all know that MyFundedFutures is one of them. So, but
yeah,
yeah,
the
I mean,
customer service is fantastic. So fast.
yes.
Yeah. And some other firms, you might not get a response for quite a while, which can be frustrating if you feel like you need assistance now. Like no one really likes to wait.
That's true. And MyFundedFutures, you know, just the vibe that they put out there, just from the guys on X, Forrest with his videos, it's just it's a very relaxed, chill vibe. You guys with the show, Barbie and you, Terry, it's like everything, like as I'm watching the show every day, it just feels like you're in a safe, welcomed space, you know? I don't really know any other way to
Thank
put it.
you.
Some prop firms seem to address this or to look at the market as I need to win off of my customers. And a few of them, not very many, but MyFundedFutures is one of them that kind of understands that this should be a win-win, because if you actually do find good trading talent, we all make money.
Mhm.
This is true.
If you
Yeah.
actually put them into live funds. Not all prop firms do that. That's part of the problem.
Exactly. Yeah. If you
Mhm.
find some traders that are actually making money and you have them on live, it literally is a win-win, right? And like they're making money, you're making money. Like there's
Mhm.
really no better win-win out there.
So speaking of making money, share with us some of your trading strategies. How do you do it?
Sure. So when I came from stocks, I kind of employ the same strategy. I don't know. Can you share my screen? It'd be a little easier to kind of
Yeah,
walk
if you
through.
hit the present button towards the bottom.
Let's say, yeah, it should already be on there. There we
Okay.
go. So I have what's up called the Keltner channels. A lot of people think they're Bollinger Bands, but they move a little bit differently than Bollinger Bands would, because
I'm a
Bollinger
Keltner
Bands,
channel girl.
are you? Nice. So
Yeah.
you get it.
Yeah.
The settings I have, they're nothing special. It's I use the 13 MA, and then the coefficient, I think on Quant Tower here, it's a 4x multiplier. But what it's doing for me overall is it's really showing me when the price extends based on not only the price, but volume as well. And when you really get those big volume pushes to one direction, I'm really looking for it to come into these bands as much as possible. And first I want to say up front, I exclude news, because news can obviously go one way or the other. I try to wait anywhere between 5, 10, sometimes even 15 minutes after a news event, just because obviously it looks like it would have worked great here, which obviously you would have had to have an order out for that because it happens so fast. But I usually look for the opportunities without news, because it's a little bit more I don't know, realistic of a move. When news, obviously you can get these big pops and drops. But yeah, I'm really just looking for a reversion. I used to be very bearish when it came to stocks, because, you know, they always say bulls like to take the stairs and the bears like to take the elevator. So I've always been that way. But when I came over to futures, I realized that it's actually kind of a bull type market with the NQ, because that's primarily what I trade. And so I've really kind of lost that bias in the last year and a half. And really, it's just a matter of, does the market want to try highs or does it want to try lows? And for me, it doesn't really matter with my strategy, because like right now, we're at the 680 mark. I'd be looking for it to come down. You can see over here on the right side, my Keltner channel sitting at 638. If we could get real close to that, I would then, you know, start looking to start a long. And I really love it when it coincides with like previous lows. So like I would draw a line over here at the previous low, and I would look for it to come through, extend away from the previous low, and then get as close to the bands as possible. And then I would look for a retest of that area. So that would be my trade. I'd be getting long, and I'd be looking for a retest of that previous area, because I'm a very firm believer in the market moves in waves. And no matter how far out you want to look, I mean, you can just see it. It's like up, down, up, down, up, down. Like even in the moves that go pretty straight up, like there's always still that little bit of a pullback. And I've just found over the almost 6 years, actually over 6 years now of trading, almost 7 years, geez, that the more extended a move is, I always refer to it as like a rubber band. The further you pull a rubber band, the harder it's going to snap back. And that's kind of what these Keltner channels are to me. It's kind of like the closer the price gets to those channels, the further you're stretching that rubber band. So the odds of it having a mean reversion are greater. And honestly, that's my strategy in a nutshell. I just sit here and wait all day until it happens. It actually happened quite a bit yesterday. If you want me to actually go back and show you some actual examples. But
I'm actually loving this. This is literally my swing strategy.
yeah. So, and
how I
that's the
swing
beauty of
trade.
it, is it really does work on all time frames. You just have to be a little bit, the higher time frame you go on, because I do trade on the 1 minute. I have traded on when I was trading stocks, I did this, but on the 2 minute. But I found on the NQ, everything happens a little bit faster anyway. So it was just, it made more sense to go down to the 1 minute. But you can go to the 5, the 15, the 30, the daily. You can do whatever
It is
you
my
want, and it still works.
go-to. Yeah, I buy SPY calls off of it all the time.
I
Right.
am. I did hop in short. I'm short 3 micros at 694. Just to let
Mine
you
just
know.
hit profit, by the way. We were
Awesome!
talking on my screen,
Awesome
but
job, Barbie.
I realized I put it in the account that wasn't copying, but that's okay. We got it in one account.
Yeah.
So I was a little aggressive with that trade, but I did just take a trade there. So it was exactly what I just described. We broke that previous low. We started to extend into the bands, and I got long. Right. That's the other thing that takes a lot of practice, and I think you just learn over years of staring at the charts, is the just reading price action. I'm very big into reading price action. So when we break those levels, I go into price reading like kind of mode, where I'm like, all right, well, how low is it going to go? And once you can kind of feel out that it's starting to kind of stall, that's kind of when I'll try to jump in. And then, like I said, I'm always just looking for that quick retest of that area that we broke. And I also love I call them the $half whole dollars. So like 650, and then like 700, 750, 800, because those areas tend to be key areas that a lot of people look at. So like if I can get a break of that area as well, you always tend to retest those areas. And like I said, when they start to coincide, it makes for an even better trade. So.
That's interesting. So with the retest, you're going mean reversion on the retest. So like how it took out the overnight low or the pre-market lows, and you on that test, so it broke, and then you try and go long.
Yep. Yeah, I kind of look stupid now, right? It's like, oh, why didn't I hold that trade? And obviously it kept going up, but I mean, hindsight's always 2020. A lot of times you'll see, you'll get a push through, it'll retest, and it'll attempt to come back down and retest the lows again. Usually it doesn't just, I think we're still kind of feeding off that news from earlier. But I mean, sometimes this does happen as well, where you'll just V straight up. But that's one big thing with me, is I don't like to predict what the market's going to do. I always just react to what the market is doing, which really helps with the mental, because you're not sitting here trying to guess all day what the market's going to do.
That's huge. I always say like the market's going to do what it's been done until proven otherwise. I feel like a lot of retail new traders are always trying to look for the change, like the pivot, and it's just like just look for the common scenarios. You won't get blown out the water.
Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing too, is like some people will see what I'm doing and they'll try to hold on to it for this exact move, but then it will retest and then go lower, and then it'll just keep going lower and lower. You're right. So I've always been a scalper at heart, and it's just kind of what works for me. And so it's what I continue to do, and until it doesn't work, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
As far as risk management, like how do you bracket your trades, or how do you manage risk?
So I tend to, you can get into some hairy situations. A lot of the hairy situations I've been in are like where I don't realize I'm in right after a news event, because I'll see a big move that doesn't look as sporadic as this, but I'll just think it's a move, and I didn't happen to check if it was news. And I'm a lot better with that now, but I did tend to get caught in those every once in a while. But as far as the risk management goes, it's just a dollar amount. So before any trade is placed, I have a dollar amount that when it hits that, I'm just out of the trade, because there's going to be trades that just go and go and go. And if you don't have that dollar amount set, I mean, it's just going to wipe you out. So I try to stay under that, obviously, but there are times where it's going to happen. I mean, anyone that says it doesn't is just lying to you. So, but that's why you have the risk management in place, right? That's the whole point of it.
Exactly. Like how many trades on average do you typically take a day? Does it just depend, or?
It definitely depends. The way this morning was going, I thought it was going to end at 0, but then the news kind of helped us there. But yesterday, actually, the afternoon is where a lot of those happened. Let me actually scroll back to yesterday, because that was some pretty crazy moves yesterday. Yeah, here we go. It was right here. I actually ended up getting 2 separate trades. As you can see, I actually had snagged this trade over here into the bands as well. And it'll give you a good example of how it can be long or short. So as we were coming higher, we started to break the highs and we went right into the bands. I went short here, and I believe I just covered on the retest because let me draw some lines so you can see more what I'm talking about. So hit the bands here. I don't think I nailed the top, obviously, but it was somewhere around when we get close to the bands, I'll get short. And then I'm always looking for that retest. So right there, that's about 16 points if you got the full move. And then here, this was actually a really big move. I started this one early, and I will scale into a position if it does continue. Like I said, with the idea of my risk being there, place that dollar amount. And as you can see, the move, if you're looking for a retest, was all the way up here. You had a resistance, support, and then we broke that, and that's what kind of started the move. So pretty sure I started this one. I added on this candle here. And then when that happens, whenever I get an add, I am a little bit quicker to get out of the trade as well. So I remember I took one off in this green candle. And then I think I took the other one off as this red candle started coming back down because I probably had the other contract up here looking for the retest, but didn't quite get it. And then it broke down again. And again, you can start to see how my previous lines that I'll draw, because I draw these live as I'm trading. And so as they break, it kind of gives me where the retest is already going to happen. So then I got right back in, probably somewhere right around there. And then we came right back up looking for the retest. And I usually try to go as close to the retest as possible. But when I see we're at, like I said, those $half whole dollars, I will tend to get out closer to those because, like I said, people love those $half whole dollars. And it seems that they always tend to act as some sort of resistance or support. So, but yeah, that was 3 really good trades. I mean, it was about an hour and a half, but that doesn't typically happen. Usually most of my trades come before 12 o'clock. And to be completely honest, a lot of times I'm not even at my computer after 12 o'clock just because, you know, I'm sure you guys know from sitting here staring at charts long enough that the action kind of dies down around lunchtime, and until around 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern, you don't really get too much extra movement.
Yeah, I don't pay attention at all midday. I just wait for 2 o'clock, a 4-hour close, and then make a game time decision most days.
Yep. I just happened to be sitting here doing some content stuff, and I just saw the market start doing its thing, and I was like, oh, all right, okay.
That's when some of my best trades happen. It's like, oh, that's happening right now. That's nice.
Yep.
This video can wait.
It's very true.
I really like your trading style. You think a lot like I do, but you're using it a little bit differently. So it's really interesting. I've always wondered about using the Keltners on a smaller time frame for scalping. I don't know why I haven't. It's it's my swing strategy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the multiple time frames with it definitely is something that works on all time frames. I just don't have it in my heart to swing any kind of future stuff just because of all the news that comes out.
I'm not swinging futures. Yeah, I'm swinging options. Okay. I have a big options account. I started in options, so that actually I've had that one for years. So that's a nice healthy account. And I keep my futures accounts smaller. They're kind of more like prop accounts, but
that makes sense.
What, you don't like swinging futures? That's surprising. There's no theta.
Well, there's a lot of reasons, but I have before.
It's scary.
I regretted it. Yeah, I regretted
it. I think the hardest part about swinging futures is not trying to min-max the day. Like, you could get into a trade that you know is going to hit, but then there might be like a intraday like pullback of 80 points that you could short, you know. So it's just ignoring the shorter time frames for what you know is going to happen on the hires. That's the hardest thing for me, at least, swing trading futures. Just not day trading in the same account. So
I see some people asking for my settings on the Keltner channels. I just presented them in there. It's just an image file if you guys want to pop that up. It's really nothing special. And you can kind of set them like if you want to go to like a coefficient of like 3 or 3.5. Like, this is year. So what I did when I first came over to futures is I already had this kind of set for stocks. the way I used to trade stocks, and it was actually really profitable. But then the reason I came over to futures is because that kind of dried up a little bit. The opportunities weren't really, which they're actually starting to pick up again, because some of my buddies that still trade stocks, they keep telling me, hey, you should come back over. It's really heating up.
There
But
were some good buying opportunities recently.
yeah. And but yeah, you kind of toy with it and see like what your preference is, because like if you want to be a little bit more aggressive, you would lower that coefficient because it'll bring the bands closer together. But if you are looking to be a little bit more on the risk savvy side, you would maybe even put it further away, just so that you're only getting in when the market like really shifts one direction. But the idea behind these channels is the closer you get to them, the odds, it's not 100% obviously, that you're going to get some sort of bounce in the opposite direction. And I always tell everyone, do a little bit of back testing. Put them. I hear that all day as well, so I get it. So I do a little bit of back testing, put them on your chart, and just start scrolling back. Literally just keep going back, and almost every time, like even overnight, sometimes like you'll see it goes into the channels, kind of gives you a pullback, goes into the channels. And sometimes it obviously doesn't happen right away, but it definitely happens better when there's volume involved. Because like I said, the more volume you got going one direction, the odds are you're just pulling that rubber band. And and I always exclude, like I said, make sure you exclude the open itself as well as news. I always wait 10, 15 minutes after the open. I try to. Sometimes I actually got caught in that move, what was it, 2 days ago at the open, where it just, this one, where it literally just kept going straight up. And this one, I almost right here, I ended up cutting a couple contracts because I scaled into this. And because I cut those couple contracts, it actually let me get up to this one, and then on the way back down I added those couple contracts, and we actually ended up getting the full V. And I actually started this, I want to say it was on this third candle, and I was just like, man, this move's too good not to play. And then that just goes to show you why you stay away from the open, because it could just keep going. What do they say? The market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. And boy, do they mean it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think we've all been there at some point. Like it cannot keep going.
Yep.
Yeah. And it
So
keeps
true.
going. And I've seen days where every single day was green for so many days. Everyone's like, it can't just continue a green streak and it keeps going, or a continuing like red streak too. So we do have some form winners that we are waiting to still do. Hopefully we can do the wheel. Are you down for helping us announce some names, Vola?
Sure. I get the names too. I see you guys struggling with them on every day. So I have the same issue on my stream sometimes. I love the wheel, by the way. I've partaked with the wheel as well on my stream for giveaways, and it's always fun. I do it a little different though, but I can't see you guys doing it the way that I do because I don't have this many people watching. But I'll usually do the last person standing instead of just the first person pick. But obviously you guys have a little too many people for that. You'd be here for hours.
Tell us about your stream and your YouTube.
Oh yeah, sure. The YouTube channel is Vola Trades. I actually just kind of changed the name. I think it was about a month ago. I used to be Volatility Trades, but everyone just calls me Vola. So I was like, let me go change it a little bit. See if it helps with the growth a little bit. But I do giveaways literally every Friday on my stream. I do MyFundedFutures giveaways. I do other prop firm giveaways as well. But it's just like you guys. It's very chill, laid back. I more cater to trading with people that are there on the stream versus trying to entertain everybody. So it's like if people have questions about pretty much anything, I'm an open book, so I have no problem answering any, personal life, anything. It really doesn't matter. But it's just, like I said, it's just a chill vibe, just someone to hang out with as we're trading, because I feel like a lot of people that have the issue of over trading, it's because they're just sitting here staring at the charts with nothing else to do. So I kind of act as that person to kind of hang out with and get to know one another, just chit chat and kind of keep it going.
That's awesome.
One more thing I want to notice. This morning, I actually started a giveaway over on X with a MyFundedFutures account. So, or two, it's actually 2 starter plus accounts. So if you head over to my X account, which is at Trade Volatile, I'm sure you can type in volatility trades as well, and it'll probably pop up. But yeah, 2 starter plus MyFundedFutures accounts, courtesy of MyFundedFutures. Just wanted to get that out there.
Thank you.
Giveaways
We
are always
do love
fun.
giveaways. Yes. Everyone go and participate in Vola's giveaway on X, and also go and subscribe to Vola on YouTube. Check out his channel. And yeah, I'm still in my trade. I'm wishing I just took profit. It's just kind of hovering around VWAP right now, down about $100 or so. Yeah, I have this order bracketed, and I'm just going to let it go, let it run. I do have a little bearish bias just based on that ADP miss. Anything can happen.
It's crazy sometimes how you can see that, right? And you're like, well, that's bad, right? But then the market just doesn't care.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Sometimes bad news is good news. Sometimes good news is bad news. And like anything can happen during the day. You know, news breaks all the time, which
you don't know what's priced in.
Yeah, exactly. Like we can't predict the future. I've known people who have done like random trading where it was just a set bracket, like a 1 to 2 or 1 to 3, risking 1 for a reward of 2 or 3, and just like completely random trades, like not looking at anything technical. And they ended up being profitable with it. So sometimes I wonder, like, maybe.
But is it over
Was
the
it
long
completely
run,
random?
or is it just for social media too? I'm always so suspicious.
Yeah. What was that,
You gotta
Vola?
watch out for those guys. I was that was actually Forrest, but I was just gonna chime in and say, yeah, you gotta watch out for the ones that are there just kind of spewing through accounts.
Yeah, I mean the law of numbers is real. So like if you traded and it's flipped a coin, like your win rate would be around 50%. But you definitely would be losing money, like undoubtedly, because that's just one factor of it. You have to actually manage the individual trade. So, but yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Like if you got a random person who's never touched a computer and ask them to go long or go short, half of them would make money today if you just did it one time. You know what I mean?
We were just talking on my stream yesterday about running an experiment with my kids, like just buy 2 accounts and have each of them come in the morning and say long or short, and then just see what happens. Because it's true. I mean, over the course of time, you're gonna eventually make money with one of those accounts. It's just the law of numbers.
Yeah.
So if you're just killing it and making a ton of money, it doesn't necessarily mean you have an edge. Or if you're losing all the time, it doesn't necessarily mean that like your edge isn't working. It can be tricky.
I want to say that it's more so that without discretion, that would be the case, right? Because I could go long, but whether I get stopped out or not is up to me. Like I could go long, I could technically hold a trade. If I went long right now forever, I can never close it, right? And essentially, I've invested, or the market could go against me one tick, and I could get stopped out. And so that's 2 different versions of the same trade. But yeah, discretion is what makes a trader. But yeah, in terms of just like win rate, or like if you took random trades purely at random, then yeah, your win rate would probably, like with zero bias, your win rate's going to approach 50% almost undoubtedly, assuming you bracketed them all the same.
Right. Yeah, I was gonna throw that in there. Yeah.
You would lose based on commissions, having to pay commissions.
I don't think you would get 50% because it has to hit the target before it hits the stop. I don't know. Now I'm interested and I want to test it.
I mean, we could do it. All right, let's all
if it's a
throw
one-to-one,
$50,000 into a real account and trade it random.
Well, no problem. That's just a starter account, right?
Like you would think a 1-to-1 would work, but I'm honestly wondering, like, I don't know.
What about a 1 to 2?
It would probably depend on if you're going long or short, since the market has a long bias.
I think Terry's right. If you're running a 1-to-1, the commissions will eat you up over time. Because
Yeah.
if you are 50-50, I mean, you're gonna be a 50-50. So if you're breaking even, then obviously it's just gonna eat you alive with the commissions.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say 2-to-1 is probably what you'd be looking for. But then obviously you're not going to be 50-50 on that. So
Mm-hmm. Like what you were saying, Barbie, it can hit your stop loss before it hits TP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Vola, what would you tell a new trader? Any
I would
helpful
say stare
advice?
at the charts. I mean, it's really hard. A lot of people come into this looking to make money right away. And I think that is the wrong way to look about it. I think you should come into the markets, and I do think you should go and try to find someone that makes you feel comfortable, and that, it's someone that has kind of proven themselves as well. Like find one of these shows like you guys that are actually giving out good information and not just here to, kind of entertain everybody, and really kind of dive into like what trading is, how the market moves. Like it's not all like the money will come if you actually put the hard work in. And as far as the hard work goes, I really think it comes down to just watching the charts. It really is like sitting here for 6-7 years, watching the charts over and over. You start to just see things happen. You start to see what happens after a big drop. You start to see what happens after a big pop. You start to see what happens after news. You start to see what happens as it leads up to news. You see the sideways action. And I always say that about anyone's strategy is when you do finally come up with a strategy or you think you have an edge, to really know the ins and outs of that strategy. Like if I asked you right now to write your strategy down on a piece of paper, you should be able, from before you get into the trade to you exiting the trade, tell me exactly what you would do in every scenario. What if it breaks the highs? What if it breaks the lows? What if it goes sideways for an hour? You should be able to tell me what you would do in every single one of those scenarios. And if you can't, then you don't quite have your strategy mapped out yet. And until you have your strategy mapped out, you shouldn't be trading with real money. That's kind of an advantage of these prop firms, is if you actually treat them as if they are real money, even in the evaluation phase, they can really help you with that cost barrier to get into trading. And honestly, the other two things we kind of talked about earlier were just the two things that I preach are consistency and risk management. If over time you can be consistent when you do have an edge and you manage your risk correctly, I mean, you're going to make money as long as you have a real edge.
mm-hmm.
I like that.
And one other thing, I remember telling this to Forrest, that, there's thousands of profitable strategies out there. The problem is there's just not enough profitable traders that know how to trade those profitable strategies. And that's a really powerful statement if you really think about it.
Yeah, I mean it's the execution component. Even what you said, like chart time, there's no shortcuts. Like
Nope.
you could find the smartest kid, savant trader, and you just can't beat seeing two different markets, right? So if you started trading in the last year and that's your only experience is high VIX, coming off all-time highs during, the president change, like you're missing the context of like multiple election cycles. There's all this stuff that happens in trading that only comes with time. So
Very
I just highlight that, like it truly does. And I'm still learning. I've been trading for a while. Something else will happen inevitably. It's all part of the experience.
Yeah. If anyone says that they know what they're doing, like to a full extent, like they know exactly where the market's going to go, et cetera, just run as far away as possible.
As quickly as possible.
I have edge, but I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay.
Well, that's true. We all do, right? We all have edge, but we really don't know. We don't know what the market's about to do here in the next 10 minutes. We don't. You can guess and you can use your past experience to assume, but that's why I said earlier, I don't assume what the market's going to do. I just react to what the market is doing. It's a lot easier that way.
Yep.
Well, thank you for coming on, Vola.
No
Just an update. The winners from the forum will be announced during the next segment with Ash. I know I really wanted to hear the sound effects, but maybe
we love to do the wheel. We're gonna get it.
Yeah, we'll get it. Thanks for coming on, and everyone go follow Vola on Vola's YouTube channel and also Vola's giveaway on X. Thanks
Also,
for chatting with us.
I interviewed Vola probably 6 months ago on MyFundedFutures YouTube channel. So if you want to see a little bit more into that, go check that out. The video is out there.
Yep. Yeah, we kind of dived pretty deep on that. So yeah, if you want to check that out, go for it. I appreciate you guys having me. It was a lot of fun. Sorry I put you over time. I didn't get the chance to announce the names for you.
I know. I'm bummed too. It's okay.
We'll get
Maybe next time.
Ash-
Maybe next time.
Yeah, Ash will get to have all the fun today.
I
Thank
love
you,
the simple
Forrest.
strategy. So yeah, I really appreciate that anyway. So
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you,
Appreciate you guys
Barbie.
having me.
Thanks,
See
guys.
y'all.
Hey,
I'm Ash,
Barbie. Ash, come on down. I think Ash is. Oh, no, it's Vola. Bye, Vola. Calling for Ash. Ash, where are you? Are you there?
There. All right, there we go.
There you are. How are you?
Took a while, but we made it.
Yes, we did. How's your morning so far?
It's going good. Very great morning for me. I actually just got a payout on that live account, so it is a great morning for myself. Happy Wednesday. Looking to continue to keep working though. Just continue to keep gaining experience by showing up each day.
Congratulations on, is this your first payout from the live account?
From the live account, yeah.
That's so awesome. Thanks
So,
for sharing your journey with us. I know all the viewers are loving it.
yeah, it's going really well. How about you? How's your day going so far?
It's going. Yeah, we had Vola on. That was really fun. My trades today are, but it's okay. We just keep going.
We just keep going either way.
Yes, exactly. Well, I hope you have a great stream and we'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds good. Have a good day.
Thanks. Bye.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, chat. Good morning or good day. Glad to be back on here with everybody. Very exciting stuff to talk about today. I have a few announcements that we will go over. While we do, I'm just going to give a moment to say hi to the community, see how everybody's doing. Head on over to chat, see how everybody's doing today. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Lots of familiar faces once again. Hope your day is going well. Hope your week is going well. Let's take a look to see how chat is doing before I get into any of my announcements. Throw a 1 in the chat if you're green on the week. Throw a 2 in the chat if you're red on the week. And throw a 3 in the chat if you've yet to trade so far this week. Just taking a moment to say hi to the community. Welcome into my segment of the show. See how everybody's doing. See how everybody's day going so far. Luke, what's up? How's your day going so far?
Good. Good day thus far. How about yourself?
Good to see you. It's a great day on my end. I'm very happy about today. I got a payout on my live account, so I'm very excited.
Woo. Big dog. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very happy about it.
Can we start it off with a little wheel spin?
I didn't get to experience the wheel spin last time, so I definitely want to see the wheel.
You didn't? What do you mean?
You guys did it during the morning segment, so I didn't get a wheel spin during my segment yet.
Oh, I see the problem.
So let's get a little wheel spin going for chat.
All right. We ready? We are giving away some 50K Starter Plus accounts. It's as simple as that. And we're going to give it 10 goes. You got your first one, Patty Mayonnaise.
Patty winning the first wheel spin.
Yes. We got number 2 rolling around. TD trade.
Very
What
nice.
I love about the wheel spin is that it takes several seconds, which really lets the suspense build. You know, like you're out there, you're watching, you're like, oh my gosh, am I going to win? Am I going to be up next? There's your third one. Should we pop some codes on the screen during this segment as well, Ash?
It would be a perfect time to do it with the wheel spin.
Do both?
Yeah.
There's number 4, Abstract. Congratulations.
Got 6 more winners here. Good luck to everybody.
Rusty, number 5. Rusty, I think, is a very lucky viewer.
Yeah, I feel like I've heard Rusty's name before.
Jason Kong. There's 6. We have 4 more, Ashy.
Nice little wheel spin for today's session. I'd love to see it.
Mr. Smith, there's 7. 3 to go.
All right, couple more here. A couple left.
This suspense is killing me, man. Trader MC, 2 more. Let the suspense build. Let it get up there. Mr. Moneybag, and we have 1 more. Last but not least.
Last one. Good luck, everyone. Last one.
Sahar Emil. I'll say this. If you are not a winner, don't worry. There is a link in the chat with code YouTube that you can use to get 20% off resets. One of the better deals out there on the market. So go ahead and grab that. And then Ash, I'm going to put it back over to you and tell us what we have in store for the day.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So first things first was that payment that occurred on the live account. I just wanted to go over a couple of key insights to what has got us to this point. Before I do that, I want to also throw in a quick little disclaimer. You have to understand that I'm here to trade my own business. I'm publicly sharing my experience in the marketplace, and that's the only sole purpose of it. Okay, I'm not looking to make any decisions for anybody else. I'm not going to be pressing the buttons for anybody else. The only reason why I share my information is to have a form of documentation system. Okay, so across all of my social media platforms, just understand that the only thing that I'm doing is documenting my journey, my trading experience. So please take it for what it is. It's nothing more than that. It's just a public documentation system. Okay, so we will never click the same buttons. So your results are unique to yourself, and you have to take extreme ownership of that. Make sure you take responsibility of all of your own decisions and all of your own business. So just a quick disclaimer, did want to talk about the live payout. Very happy about how the live account's going so far. Looks like we're going to have a little over a $2,000 withdrawal. You've seen me take positions here on the stream with you. I've taken positions with my communities. I've taken positions on my own. That's a part of trading. We don't get to determine when the trade occurs. We just react efficiently to it. So I can't guarantee anything. I'm only publicly documenting my experience. If trades happen on the stream, great. If they happen before the stream, great. I don't get to determine what price is going to do. So there was a great conversation with the prior host. Thank you for the guests that showed up. They did a very good job closing out that segment there, talking about certainties, right? There is no certainties in trading. So that's kind of what I'm trying to point to here, is that you should stay away from the people that provide any type of guarantees. When we're taking risk, we are taking risk by understanding probabilities and understanding that there are no certainties. Okay, so you have to assume your own risk. You have to take ownership of your own risk, just like I'm doing here. The next portion to that is that I wanted to review some of the results as well. We've talked about making sure that winners are larger than losers. We've talked many different times about how you can never have a large loss. That is what I solely contribute to getting to the payout point in time in the live account, because I only have a 50% win rate on that account. since I started the account. Yeah, I'm taking a $2,000 withdrawal. That proves my point. It's not a matter of being correct all the time. It's showing what realistic results are, right? A 50% win rate makes sense if you're capable of executing a 1 to 2 risk to reward. Hear me clearly. A 1 to 1 risk to reward isn't going to get you to that payout portion. You have to focus on your winners being larger than your losers. And I've walked through that both here on stream and on my Twitter, showing how your largest win should be 2 or 3R more than your average losers. That's how you make progress in this business. Okay, so either way, I'm going to continue to keep documenting my experience in this account, whether the trades happen here on the live stream, whether they happen before the live stream or on my own time. That's a part of being a trader. We don't get to determine when the trade happens. The next announcement that I have is that I'm going on vacation next week. Okay. I will be back to my normal routine after my vacation, but during next week, I will not be live streaming. Okay. Monday to Friday, I'm on vacation. So across all of my socials, I will only be available via text. Okay. I won't be doing any live streaming across any of the socials next week because of the vacation. I'll be right back to my normal schedule after the vacation. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of the schedule. I will still be here via text, so I'll be able to communicate with all the communities, but I won't be live streaming. Okay, so that was the second announcement as well. Now that we got through some announcements, we can talk about either the payout. That's one thing, because I do feel as if there's a need for some more risk management conversations, how to implement, evals, funded accounts, live accounts, because a lot of people, when they talk about being profitable, I think they kind of mistake that with the results of their trades. Just because you have 2 winning trades doesn't mean you're profitable. In my opinion, you're profitable when you have less expenses than withdrawals. Okay, so there's a difference between having winning trades and having more withdrawals than your expenses. Okay, profitability means that you got to be making more withdrawals than your expenses, plain and simple. If you're not keeping track of your expenses, that's the first issue. We got to start there then, right? Do you have a documentation system or some kind of organization showing all of your expenses, right? The cost of an eval, the cost of funding an account, whatever money comes out of your bank used to trade, that's an expense. Whatever money goes into your bank account is a withdrawal. Okay, so we need more going in than coming out. And we need to talk about that more often instead of just talking about risk management on this chart, right? Because you could win 20 trades in a row, and then all it takes is one horrible loss to wipe away all of that work. Somebody might think that they're a profitable trader because they have, a 60% win rate, but they're not making withdrawals because the moments that they screw up, they burn the entire account. So there's a difference from having a profitable strategy and you having more withdrawals than your expenses. Okay, so stay organized, keep everything documented so that we know where we are in this business. Okay, you should have everything organized so you understand your expenses. Okay. That leads me into the next comment is that, leaderboards, social media, all of that means nothing, in my opinion, compared to taking withdrawals. So if you fall into the scenario of, wanting to get on a leaderboard compared to taking that withdrawal, I'm going to side on the cautionary side every single time. I'm always going to take that withdrawal. I have no interest in being on any leaderboard. Okay, so always take the payout every single time it becomes available. All right. Don't let people, voice their opinion to push you to do something you shouldn't do. What truly matters is that you're paying the bills for your family, you're keeping food in the fridge, and you're keeping the lights on. So that means money needs to be going in your bank account. All right. So don't worry about other people's opinions. Don't worry about leaderboards. Don't worry about social media. The only thing that you should be worrying about is that your expenses are lower than your withdrawals. Okay. So just wanted to have like a small little risk management conversation. Since I got that withdrawal, I wanted to talk about it a little bit. Just understand that it all boils down to your expenses being less than your withdrawals. So opinions after that, leaderboards after that, all that doesn't matter. Just secure the bag. That's what it comes down to. All right. So I got through my announcements. I know that was a little bit of a long-winded lecture about, risk management, but we need to hear that. That's what we're practicing here every single day. So we need to go over that information. We can get some analysis done now real quick. After we get some analysis, that way we could look to see if any positions occur. While we're waiting for any positions to occur, I'll point it out if any come across the desk. If none come across the desk, I'm only going to spectate. I'm really in no rush to take another position at all because the only thing I'm looking at is that withdrawal hitting my bank account. So I'm not looking to fall into some kind of euphoria just because I had a good job beforehand. All I'm looking to do is focus on today and not worry about the future. So let's get some analysis completed now. Then we can get over to chat for any questions or comments. There is one more conversation that I have to have. In the beginning of my appearances on MyFundedTV, I had been talking about long-term positions, both for ES and NQ. It was in the beginning of April. A lot of people heard me talk about, the recent tariff news just being another buying opportunity. In my opinion, during times of maximum fear, that's what a long-term investment is. They were trying to instill some maximum fear about, talking about recessions, talking about tariffs. That's why price went lower pretty quickly. And that is what maximum fear is. That would be the time to be getting into long-term positions. So during my first couple of appearances on MyFundedTV, I was talking about long-term positions to go back to all-time highs. For anybody that was looking at that information, we're now at the point in time where we are either taking profit or making the decision to hold them forever, right? Because you've seen them increase very nicely ever since that point in time. Okay, we're up probably 20% since then. So either take your percentage gain and realize that that was a swing trade, or understand that if you're aiming at all-time highs, you're looking to hold on to this for either life, whether you want to hand it down to your kids, whether it's part of the retirement plan, or so be it. All I'm saying is make that decision, right? Whether this was a short-term trade, it being a swing trade that got a nice plus 20% in the account, or if you're going to hold it for the rest of time, right? Because then we're thinking all-time highs don't really mean anything, and we're just trying to continue to hold this for the long term. Okay, so sorry for all the perma bears. The market has always gone higher. The people that were calling for COVID lows, once again, that was probably like the shortest recession I've ever seen. They always like to throw that recession word out there every single time anything happens. In my opinion, we're going to make new all-time highs. It's just a matter of time. Okay, so you guys have pretty much been seeing me bull post every single live stream that I'm here with you guys, and it's providing favorable results. So long-term all-time highs is still the overall target. If you took the long-term position idea back in April, you have to decide whether you want to close up those positions or hold them for a retirement type of plan. That's the long-term analysis. The day-to-day analysis, the intraday trading. In the beginning of the week, you saw that I was bullish. The bias that I provided to the live stream was this right here. We were looking at a bullish imbalance, providing support Since it was providing support, we were looking for higher prices. And we stated that we were looking for prices to go to this swing high here. Okay. We've had a beautiful week so far. We made a nice move towards that target. So it's done a really good job in terms of a bias. And we'll see if they can complete that target being the swing high. So still bullish. I know it sounds very repetitive and it seems like it's just bullish every single day, but I'm just following price. Okay. Just being objective to price when I'm analyzing through the criteria that I analyze price. And I've shared that with everybody here. So for today, it is ranging quite a bit. We did sweep out the highs here. We swept out the highs here. We swept out some of the lows, not all the lows, but we swept out the lows here. We swept out the lows here. So there's really nothing decisive as of this moment. We're just going sideways here, sweeping the highs, sweeping the lows. In terms of a bullish bias, I would want to be looking for positions below old lows. We've spoke about that before. When you're bullish, you want to be looking for higher time frame levels to be positioning yourself. When you're bullish, you want to be positioning yourself at higher time frame swing lows or higher time frame bullish fair value gaps. And you can see that here. So within a bullish bias, look at what happened after we swept out the lows. We got bought back up. Once again, we swept out the low and we're getting bought back up. So we'll continue to keep looking for higher prices. That daily target is my overall target. Looking to position long positions below higher time frame lows or inside bullish fair value gaps. That is now the long-term analysis that I have, along with the intraday analysis that I have. So if you have any questions or comments, if you want to go over that information, if you want to go over the payout, if you want to go over any mental or emotional intelligence, anything related to this business, let's start to throw any questions or comments in chat. I could get over to chat, but just a quick recap. I won't be here next week because of vacation. Okay. Understand that I'm just publicly documenting my journey. Okay. Quick little disclaimer. And then the top-down analysis being long-term bullish and the intraday analysis also being bullish. So that's what we have for today. We'll wait and watch to see if any positions occur as we're watching price. We'll point to anything if something comes across the desk. And while we do that, we'll also get to questions or comments in chat as well. So let me take a sip of water and I'll hop over to chat to see for any questions or information. How do you journal effectively? I journal across all of my social medias, whether it's Twitter, Instagram, Discord, YouTube. That's my text documentation. Okay. Hear me clearly. I'm human just like everybody else. There are days where I miss my documentation. There's days where I have lapse in judgment. There's days where I have lapse in discipline. I'm human just like everybody else. So if I miss a documentation, that's human nature. It's hard to be disciplined and consistent every single day. I try my hardest to do that, but there are times in which we miss those documentations. On top of the recordings, so I live stream here on MyFunded TV, I live stream on my YouTube, and I live stream in my Discord community. So we have text documentation, and then we also have video recording documentation. So I can hear my thoughts, I can see my actions, I can hear my logic that I'm providing to my decisions. The recordings really help to understand what I'm thinking during the time's up. And then the text documentation is very good to see the executions along with the reasons why I made those executions or the analysis that I have in terms of biases. So I'm documenting on Twitter, YouTube, Discord, documenting across all of the social media platforms. Ash, how do you control your emotion while trading? How do you stay humble after big profits for the day? Well, first of all, how do I stay humble after profits for the day? You have to set a limit, and you have to have discipline in that limit, whether it's a monetary limit or it's a amount of trades limit. You have to make rules and you have to adhere to those rules. Your discipline has to be stronger than any emotion. Okay, if your emotions or thoughts are stronger than your discipline, then you're not going to follow those rules anyways. So that's the first thing. And if you need to work on discipline outside of the charts, then start going to the gym, start reading books, start eating healthy. Okay, discipline should be across your entire life. It's not just when you come to these charts. So that's how I keep control of the emotions. And then while trading, it's a matter of having conviction. Conviction meaning I've gathered so much data on the way that I execute that when I execute, there is some sort of conviction, confidence, or understanding of the process that I'm implementing to the point where it's muscle memory. I don't have to ask myself questions. I know what I'm looking for. When it appears, I look to execute and I manage my risk. So conviction comes through gathering data. If you've collected enough data, then you'll have conviction in what you're doing. Therefore, you won't be questioning yourself during the time of, which means you won't have those emotional responses that you're referring to. Ash, do you always maintain RR of 1 to 2? Once again, I'm human just like everybody else, so I make many mistakes. There's been times where I've taken 1-to-1 trades. There's been times where I've opened a trade and closed a trade without even focusing on risk to reward. There's been times where I've had 1 to 3R. There's been times where I've 1 to 2R. I've quite literally experienced almost close to everything here in this business. So I have, had trades that were less than 1R, had trades more than 2R, the whole nine. Everybody's experience is unique to their own, right? Let's say that you have kids and you're in a trade and it's time for the kids to go to school. So instead of sitting there, allowing your trade to go to plus 2R, you decide to close it manually because you think putting the kids on the school bus is more important, which it is. So, focusing on a strict risk to reward is what you should do. But what I'm saying is life happens sometimes. So there is times where I don't get 1 to 2R. There is times where I've had more than 1 to 2R. So all of the experiences happen. Nothing is guaranteed and results differ all the time. Ash, we had a cracking correlation at 10:08 from the 825 lows. Can you discuss this? Yeah, there's probably this cracking correlation right here. NQ took out the 5-minute low here. ES did not take out that low, right? So what does that show us? We've talked about this before. This is a cracking correlation, right? So we have a bullish bias, right? And then we have a bullish SMT that occurs at the lows. So when you have a cracking correlation, that's a confirmation to an idea, right? The idea being bullish from your bias, right? So when you see a cracking correlation, that means that prices either grabbed liquidity at this location or there's strength and weakness in the marketplace. In this scenario, you see a bullish SMT here because ES did not take out this low. This shows that NQ grabbed liquidity below this low, that there's strength in the marketplace, and then we want to move higher, right? So take a look at NQ. You can see that NQ took out this low. That's the moment in time where you can say there's bullish SMT. So anything after taking out this low makes sense to see higher prices because of the strength that's in the marketplace from that Kraken correlation. Very good job. I do agree with you. There is bullish SMT at the lows that occurred right after the news drop today. That would confirm that bullish bias that I talked about earlier. Very good job. Ash, do you still blow accounts? I've blown accounts before. I don't know how to make this any more clear. I'm a human being just like everybody else here. I've experienced everything that everybody else has experienced in trading. I've blown prop accounts. I've blown cash accounts, crypto accounts. I've tried everything there is in trading. So just because you see other people claiming information on social medias, you should not just take them for what they're saying. And you have to take a realistic point of view instead of an unrealistic point of view. Now, the second portion of the question is what to do when you blow an account. One, if you need time to reset, refocus, if you're too emotionally charged that like if you stay at the screen, you're going to do more damage, then that's where you look inward and know thyself. That's where you remove yourself from that situation and come back at a different time. If you're that type of person that's so impulsive that when you have a loss, you make things even worse, those are the type of people that need to walk away and come back another time. For the other type of people where you're capable of being emotionally controlled and you can work through it, then just keep collecting your data, keep adhering to your model, and keep managing your risk. If you're capable of being objective, then just know that it's just another data collection and that we keep moving on no matter what. I hear that you're human, but are you actually a robot? Because that is exactly what a robot would say in disguise. I love chat. Thank you, Tyler. I mean, you're completely correct. So I guess I'm a robot or something. I'm AI. Hi, Ash. Do you ever move your position to break even before it hits TP? No, I accept the risk before the risk is taken. My invalidation is either the low or the high of the setup. I enter at the beginning of the breaker. I put the stop at the low or the high. I put the TP at 2R, and then I allow one of two results, either a stop loss or a take profit. So I'm not the type of individual to be moving my stop loss to break even. Ashemus Prime. I can't even say that correctly. You're a robot. I wish I was. That would probably make trading a little bit easier if I was. What's my view on partials? I don't take partials either, right? I really only have two scenarios, stop loss or take profit. Now, I'm not the type of individual to be so strict that where, you're 1 point away from your take profit that you don't close the position. If you're at 1.95R, just be done with the position. You don't have to have exactly 2R, okay? When the objective to the position is completed, just close it. I'm not the individual to be doing partials, though. Any words of wisdom, Ash? Doesn't have to be trading related. Yeah, keep your priorities straight. Family always comes first. Health always comes first. A financial status. You can always do that at any point in time. So understand what really matters in life. In my opinion, that's family and health. Okay, so don't lose yourself during any part of this process. Continue to keep your ethics, keep your morals, understand what truly matters in life. When you get time to spend it with your family, please do so. When you get time to work on health, get in the gym, eat healthy. A healthy gut is a healthy mind. So definitely prioritize family and health is what the words of wisdom I would put out there is. That's what truly matters in life. So we're getting the higher prices. It's very rangy today. So we have to see what happens here at the high. We made it from the low and we're close to the high. So the bullish idea of longing below old swing lows is working. But we're in a very rangy consolidation type of profile right now. If you go to the hourly, right? It's just been going sideways. Yes, this will remain the overall target. We talked about the daily swing high being the overall target. So yes, I'm still bullish. Yes, I'm still looking at that as the overall target. All I'm saying is I don't need it to go to this high for that idea to be completed. We had a nice move from the lows back to the top of the range, right? A bias is just an idea to get you in and out of the market. And through the concepts that I use, it would have done a good job here. Got another 20 minutes here for my segment, so still feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. Gladly willing to go over any kind of questions or information regarding this business. I won't be trading today. As I mentioned earlier, we got a payout on the live account. So since we got a payout on that live account, I'm taking a step back. That way I can remain patient. I don't allow any kind of euphoria step in. Get back to my discipline, get back to my risk management, take it nice and slow. How am I? I'm doing good, Ramos. Thank you for asking. How are you doing today? That is a great idea. Yeah, so if, once again, going back to the payout, anytime you're available for a payout, you need to be taking that payout. But you also can't allow it to instill some kind of euphoria where you go impulsively right back into the market thinking you can risk more because you just made some money. You got to stay disciplined. You got to keep your risk managed. You have to do the same thing over and over and over again. It's not a matter of impulsively acting. It's a matter of completing the same justifications to your actions a million times over. Do you leave space for the buffer? Yeah, so if you want to complete the buffer first and then only take payouts above that buffer, that's one decision. That way that you always have the buffer after the payout, right? So that's the first decision. Or take a payout the moment you come available for a payout, right? So you will have less drawdown if you take that payout instantaneously because the drawdown is trailing. You can still manage your risk, right? If your game plan in terms of risk is dividing your drawdown by 10, you still do that after the withdrawal. So whether you have a smaller buffer to work with or a larger buffer to work with, the risk management should remain the same. It's just a simple decision of understanding, are you trying to build the account for a larger buffer in an attempt to scale? Or are you just looking for base hits and take consistent payouts? There's no right or wrong answer there. It's a unique answer to the individual, right? If your decision is to take the payouts each time payouts come available, there's nothing wrong with that. And that is absolutely what you should do. If you're in the seat of wanting to scale, then that person would decide to just keep the buffer and only take payouts over that buffer. So it's a personal decision. It's unique to yourself and your own financial standing. Hopping back over to chat. Once again, if you have any questions or comments, we're going over any questions or comments for the last, I got another 18 minutes during my segment. Right now, I'm bullish. I'm looking for higher prices. This is the daily swing high up here. So this is my overall target. And then as of right now, what we're currently analyzing is to see if we can make it. Whoops, hold on. See if we can make it back to the top of the range here. So overall bullish and looking for higher prices. Hey, good morning, Nick. Good to see you. Hope your day is going well. Are there always giveaways on these live streams? Yeah, there's free reset codes. There's account giveaways. Sometimes we do it randomly. Sometimes we tell you that we're going to do it. We keep changing it up day in and day out. That way we can keep everybody active, keep the engagement going, reward the people that are here participating, the people that, catch the surprises. It's also a little bit of entertainment and fun as well. So we mix it up each time. There is no set way that we do it. Sometimes it's a surprise. Sometimes you know that we're doing it. Do you trade for yourself when you travel/vacation? No, next week I'm traveling and I'm focusing on traveling. I'm not going to worry about business. I'm going to fully reset, recharge, so that way when I get back to the office, I can be ready to go. Is your goal max payout as soon as you can? Well, I think my current actions show you that. I did not reach for a max payout. The current payout that I took was a little more than $2,000. So I'd rather take the money when the money is made available to me. I don't care about leaderboards. I don't go for max payouts. I take it when it's given to me. Any other questions or comments, feel free to throw it in chat. If you're wondering why you can't communicate with us here, it's because you have to be subbed to the channel. The chat is sub-only mode, so make sure you sub to the channel, like the video, and turn the notifications on. We keep going live every single week. We have a lot of great guest speakers, some phenomenal hosts that provide a lot of value throughout the day. We continue to keep showing trades, talking about education, going over mental or emotional intelligence within day trading, along with the amount of giveaways that we've done on this channel. It's completely astonishing. We're going to continue to keep working and learning every single week. So turn those notifications on. That way you can be aware of when we go live again. I told you that we have to take the over on the piano comment. That's just a funny joke that I have with everybody here. There's at least one piano comment every single segment. Got to take the over on the piano comments. Ash, do you sleep or do you connect to the charger? Well, I'm a robot, so I guess I connect to the USB. Sorry, I'm not going to hand out where I'm going for vacation. I don't need anybody showing up on my vacation. Yeah, it's just a random background. That's what it is. See how you can, my desk goes in and out? It's because it's just a streaming background. It's not my real house. What's a good way to study trading as a beginner? Showing up to New York Open and watching the first 3 hours of the day every single day. Just show up and watch price action, right? You don't need to trade to watch. Don't need to spend any money to watch. You can literally just show up to the market and watch price go up and down. That's where I would start. Just show up during New York Open. So 9:30 to 12 every single day. Watch New York Open. Ash, do you recommend watching PM session? The session that I recommend you watching is when you're capable of providing your sole attention to price action, right? So it doesn't matter if it's Asia session, London session, New York AM, New York PM. What matters is that your undivided attention is on price, because that's where you get the best learning opportunities. If your day requires you to be busy during New York AM session, then watching New York PM session is completely fine. It's not the session, it's your ability to have undivided attention. So choose a time during your day that works best for yourself. Ash, do you take any swing trades? Yes, I have long-term positions. I have retirement plans. I have long-term equity positions, crypto positions. I have real estate as well. There are many different positions that I'm in on top of intraday trading. Yes. Ash, I have a problem in the demo. I respect my strategy, but when I have a real account, I do not stick to the strategy. That definitely sounds like an emotional response, right? Because if you're capable of doing it, then you're capable of doing it. There's clearly something that changes when you go from a demo to a real account. It's probably the fact that you can actually make money. So you're getting overwhelmed by some kind of emotion that's causing you to do something you shouldn't do, instead of realizing that discipline's more important, patience is more important, risk management is more important. It's about falling in love with the process and allowing the results to be a byproduct of that. It doesn't matter whether you're in demo, paper, eval, funded account, live account. The way that you show up should be the same every single time. Doesn't matter what account you're in. You must be allowing some kind of emotion to deter you from showing up and just focusing on the process. Your entire attention should just be trying to complete your model at the best of your ability, no matter what account you're in. I have to disagree. Many times Asia and London session are not ready enough to even bother with trying to trade your edge, because you won't even see your edge. It's a matter of having available time, right? If somebody doesn't have time for New York AM, it doesn't matter. They can't watch it anyways, right? Like if you have a day job, if you have a 9 to 5, right, you're not going to be able to watch New York AM or New York PM. So it's not really a matter of price action. It's a matter of you having undivided attention to put towards your business. Some people have day jobs and they're not capable of looking at the market during those times. So we still got another 10 minutes for my session. Once again, I'm still bullish. We're seeing if price could reach a new high of day. And then we also have the daily target as well. Okay, just being patient. There's no positions to point to. That's why I haven't. We can still analyze price action while we're here so that we could provide logic to our decision making. I told you why I was bullish. It was from the daily chart. The way to react to a bullish bias is looking for longs below old swing lows or inside bullish FEGs, right? It happened here. Ever since this happened, we've just been looking for the move higher. So continuing to be patient and wait, looking for higher prices. Got another 9 minutes here before the next host shows up. Definitely stick around for the next host. Some really valuable information through the 11:30 and 12:30 segments. Some really great hosts there. Again, feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. Still got a few more minutes before the next host. Where is my entry? There is no entry. You can see that I'm not in a position, along with there being no position being pointed to. So there is no entry. Right? You'd see it on the screen if there was. I initially started watching for the codes, ended up learning a confluence for my system. That's quite beneficial. The value here is if you open your mind to the knowledge, it's available. That was a very nice comment, Thomas. Thank you for sharing your experience with us. We are trying to provide as much value as we can every single day. Whether chat is here just for codes or not, I will be day trading. I will be documenting my business across all of my social media platforms. If that provides any value to anybody else, then follow along. It's all public information. Ash, how do you fall in love with the process but not get married to a position? That is exactly what's happened to me many times. I've been so biased towards a certain position that when I get that position, it ends up being a loss because I'm only looking for longs. I'm only looking for shorts. So in my opinion, you can get married to a position because it's a matter of having a clear-cut way of entering the market. The results are a byproduct of that. Okay. Sometimes you're going to be right. Sometimes you're going to be wrong. Right. That's where risk management comes in hand. For example, the current payout that I just requested, it was from a 50% win rate. It's because I understand my process. I've married that process. That's why I complete that process every single day, day in and day out. Sometimes the results work. Sometimes they don't. It's a matter of making sure that your winners are larger than your losers because it's going to be 50-50. It really is just a coin toss. Ash, is your software up to date? No, I need to I have to hit the restart button and update beforehand. I like the fact that you're here, even though you don't intend on taking a trade. I don't trade as much as everybody else in the community. If you're here for entertainment, that's not what I do. I really focus on less is more, quality over quantity. In my opinion, that's where you run into burnout. That's where you run into more mistakes. The more times you do something, the more times you open yourself up to making a mistake. So there's a lot of times where I choose to do nothing so that I can't make a mistake. Sometimes it's about having less expenses than taking a loss. It feels much better than being flat on the day, right? Not making any money, not losing any money. That feels way better than losing $300, losing $500. So sometimes it's just a matter of less is more, quality over quantity, okay? Having less expenses, bettering that bottom line while trying to increase the top line. That's where the progress is made. And the thing is you don't need to execute to gain more conviction. That's why I show up every single day. It's the fact that you can learn, you can gather more data, because all of this is just data collection. You can gather more data every single day, whether you take a risk or not. Very good conversation today. I do really appreciate all the questions and comments. And, today I'm really saving some mental capital here. Ever since we got on my segment, price really hasn't done anything here. Okay, we had a slight move up, right? So the bullish bias is looking good. We are trying to reach higher, but there's nothing exciting about it, right? We've just been consolidating ever since. So that amount of mental capital that I just saved is one of those things of bettering the bottom line. Ash, how do you wake up early to prep for the trading day? The first things first is, I'm a New York AM trader, so I look to focus 9:30 to 12. So you need a certain amount of time to prepare for that. Normally I wake up around like 6 a.m. That way I can get stuff done before my trading day. One of the things is getting the body moving. You got to have the blood flowing. That way you can have clear thoughts, clear actions. Get outside, get some fresh air, take a lap, get your body moving, get the blood flowing. That's the first thing. Okay, take care of the health is the first thing. Second thing is getting to the communities, answering questions, preparing for the day, starting some analysis. Get all the questions out of the way so that my sole attention could be on trading. So I get all the questions and comments out of the way. That's probably another hour. So 6 to 7 is walking and getting the blood flowing, getting prepared. 7 to 8 is having a cup of coffee, answering questions, starting to move over to analysis. 8 to 9 is analysis, understanding my bias, saying some affirmations so that I could clearly execute, getting prepared for my trading session so I know what to look for that day. And then I go in executing my plan 9 to 12. So that's what a day looks like for me. It's a matter of making sure the blood is flowing, having clear thoughts, making sure your undivided attention can be on your trading, and then implementing your process. Very good question. Ashley, how do you track finances? There's multiple different softwares you can use for finances. Whether you need something to track it automatically, there's many different softwares on the internet that you can use. If you want to do it manually and write things down, you can open up an Excel spreadsheet and start writing down expenses versus income. It's a matter of being old-fashioned or needing it automated or whatnot. So you have to keep control of your expenses because that's how you know whether you're profitable or not. Everything should be organized. So another phenomenal day for me. I do want to take another moment just to recap my announcements. Next week, I will not be here. I'm on vacation. I will only be here over text. So I won't be live streaming, but I will come back to my regular schedule. Okay. Understand that I'm just looking to day trade. I'm documenting my own business. So a small disclaimer and understanding that we are all unique to our own experiences. We're all independent thinkers. Let's focus on our own businesses. Okay. That's it for my session today. I really appreciate everybody being here. So thank you. Looks like Luke is coming in.
I'm in.
There he is.
What's up?
How are we doing today, Luke?
Good, man. Feeling good. Life is good. Having fun. Rocking and rolling. Trying to make it happen.
There you go. Another good day.
Another good day, baby. That's all that there is.
Good.
I'm sitting on a juicy stock pick right now, which is a little known company called Robinhood. It enables trading online. But I'm oiled up. The machine is ready to run. Ready to make it happen. Should we pop some codes in this next hour, Ash?
Chat has been waiting for you to get back in here to say that.
They have?
Yeah, so they must love to hear that.
If you see people asking, how do you find marriage? I love it. And I have a ring. Okay, I want to ask this one to chat. If you've watched Lord of the Rings series, will you please put a 1 in chat? I gotta know. This is important market research for us to build this programming together, Ash. Okay, and if you've read the book, that counts too. I've done both. I've read the books and seen the movies. My ring, I don't know how much detail you'll be able to see, is a Lord of the Rings replica ring. The same one made in the movie with the Elvish written on it.
That is awesome.
You see, I don't know if you can see the script, but that's all Elvish. Wow, pretty
awesome.
cool. The one ring to rule them all. One ring to bind them. So, all right. Here's the deal, guys. We're not doing any codes popped onto the screen unless we get to 800 viewers. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for 800. So get us there, rally us there. The power is in your hands. The power is in the ring. And Ash, I'm going to say goodbye to you, and I'm going to say hello to our friend Tom for this next hour of programming.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for having me. Hey, Luke, what's up?
What's up?
What's up?
Thanks for being here.
Okay, how's being married? Any
It's
different
great.
feelings, any different stuff going on in your life, you know?
Hmm. Yeah, no, I
No.
love it.
Okay.
A sense of commitment. I don't know. It's exciting. I'm still aglow.
Okay. Keep that feeling. All right. Awesome. Well, happy to be back. And what a day so far, by the way. Welcome, chat. Hello, everybody. Okay. So, as usual, I'd like to do a quick recap from my point of view. And by the way, the session with Ash, I was listening in. Awesome. Everything. Like, he really brought so much value. And actually, it's just, you know, I wanted to talk about those stuff too. And he just took it away from me. And it was perfect. Anyway, I liked it very much. And I will add my own personal add on to that too. But anyway, let's go through what happened here. Obviously, we had some news today. And I'm just going to do a quick one on the London session as well. And because we were watching the markets here, unfortunately, I couldn't get a good trade in London session. We called out some levels, especially down there at 727, 21,727, which was the top of a 5-minute supply zone. But we were watching it live until it just got to that level, and I chickened out. I didn't take the trade, but eventually,
Why did you chicken out?
I don't know. I just wasn't feeling it. I don't know. I wanted to show up with some big trades, and eventually it didn't get to my limit order, and so it just left the station without me. Actually, I missed it.
Got
And
it.
then, usually when I miss a trade, it just goes against me anyway. So I didn't want it to have that Murphy's Law happening
Yes,
again. Yeah, but
I
anyway,
understand.
it was a great move there, going up there to that 727. And so, as you see, this could have been my perfect entry. And I don't know, I was just acting up weird as usual. So I passed this entry point. And then, as the price was accumulating here, I was hoping that it will go back to my entry. But finally, anyway, it took off without me. Anyway, here was the news. And obviously, quite a drop. Actually went up there and created a nice 5-minute supply zone. Okay. So we have this supply zone, bullish candles, and then pushing it back up there. It's technically a bearish order block, right? So swept everything, Asia low as well. And I kept that level right there, that 5-minute supply area. And on the live stream on my channel, we took some nice trades here. Actually, one trade after seeing this liquidity void here on the second news at 10 a.m. We just actually jumped into some scalps here, and that was it. But it was a nice one. And so far, we talked about another level, and I'm still sitting in a trade. I already took partials, so here it is on a MyFundedFutures funded account. It's basically at break even, and it's only 1 micro. But guys, I already logged in $245 for the day on this funded account. So far, the balance is at, that's a new one, you guys. I told you guys that this is going to be one that we're going to track throughout the month. How far can we push it? And obviously, with just micros, the balance is right now at $1,577. Locked in $245, left with 1 micro as a runner. My early TP is going to be below 800, and I'm just going to tell you guys what I think is going to happen. And then obviously I have some topics as well, hopefully. So we have another 5-minute order block, and or we can call it supply zone as well. If you look to the left, and I'm going to be with the chat in a minute. If you look to the left, for last Thursday, it's a late London kill zone, but let's just say London session. From 5:30 to 5:45, these bullish candles managed to take some liquidity here, okay, and then pushing it down. So that makes this level from 792 to 818 a valid supply zone. Now we already went up there to 792, right here, just before. It was 940. This is the 5-minute chart. Okay, at 940 something we went up there, but the level has not been completely broken. Now, obviously it's a lower probability setup, so getting to these levels is higher probability. The lower probability, are we going to get through on this supply zone? So anyway, I took this trade as soon as we approached this first fair value gap area. No, actually, I took it earlier. Hold on. I took it earlier. Why did I took it? Oh, yeah, I know. Because we just got through a possible support resistance zone here. But anyway, I jumped in. And so far, this trade is hovering at the middle here. I took a partial up there. And anyway, if it goes higher, I think it would be the best price action move is to take out the high of that zone. Actually, that's what I'm aiming for. So that's the plan. I just shared it with you guys. Abduch 88. Do I trade SMC? Yeah, smart money concepts, most likely, but I'm mixing it up with a little bit of supply and demand zones, which are basically almost the same, like order blocks. So give me a second here. Give me a second. I have to check on something. All right, it's fine. So obviously, the majority of the move of the New York AM session is done, right? So we can only anticipate that after or during the lunch hour, this move is going to continue higher. I would love to see that. We technically swept almost everything that's reasonable on the downside. So we'll see how far can we get, you know. Okay. Let me just check something again. Right. So I love that topics that you guys were talking with Ash, and I actually noted down something about conviction equals to collecting data. I love that sentence, actually. And we also talked about, backtesting. Backtesting equals collecting data. Now, if you are journaling, like writing down your not every trade, but at least your targets or your zones that you're looking for as potential targets, I would say you should have a place in your journal when you actually write down. You don't have to do it every day, but if you do it every day, you can write that single sentence, like, was my analysis correct throughout the day? Maybe you lost the trade, but because of a tight stop loss or whatever, but was your analysis correct? You have to ask yourself that question at the end of the day or at the end of the session, whenever you leave your computer or your journaling. Ask yourself, was my analysis correct? Jumping into the market without a pre-analysis or anticipation of certain levels, obviously it's not the best idea to do so. So ask yourself that question and just put that check mark in your journal, whether you're just writing it down on the pen and paper, or you're typing it to whatever kind of journaling software you use. And if your answer is yes, just yes or no, that's also like the same question every day, yes or no. And then at the end of the week, end of the month, just, count together, like how much was correct, how much was incorrect or not good. The way to achieve that, obviously, is to do the back testing, collecting the data. Then you will have the conviction on your trades. For example, I like to use my zones, as I always talk about these zones, because I have the conviction and the belief that most of the time, like at least 65 to 70% of the time, my zones in terms of analysis are correct. Now, that's just one thing. You have to get this lined up to your, in line with your entry model, right? So I use the 2022 entry model from ICT. And if it's lining up with the direction of that zone, which I anticipated in the analysis, then only one thing is left to do. Obviously, take the trade, right? Proper risk management. And basically, at the end of the day, it all comes down to proper risk management. If you use a tight stop, you might gonna get stopped out. But that doesn't mean that your analysis was not correct. So that's just a turning point for you. Where can you basically adjust your trading style a little bit, right? And I think it's something you can start with. So I got that question now as today as well, and last week, like how can it be adjusted? What can we do? What is just some kind of a starting point? Where to start? I think this is somewhere to start, especially if you're starting out with trading or you're fairly new. Obviously, if you're already getting those payouts and printing money every day, cool. But if you're so far at the beginning of the road, then that's a good starting point for you. So ask yourself, was your analysis correct? Write down your answer, and then you will know if your analysis is just not good at the end of the day. Then maybe you should go back to the drawing board and learn a little bit more about the market structure, or maybe adopt something else according to the market. Anyway, just my 2 cents on the dollar. Just okay, look at this trade. Still good. Oh my gosh, I had to look at it. It's just dropping down. The market makers, they are doing this actually. They're watching this show, and here we are out at break even. Thank you so much. Whew, that's out of the chest. Okay, still good. $245 on the day on this funded account. This was unexpected. I wish I would have the same sense when I'm buying a lottery ticket or something. That would be much better. That was awesome, actually. All right, so just a bit of a technical note here. We went down repricing. There was some kind of a news, right? Was there something in the market? Anyway, I'm going to check it. I still think that this was mostly a liquidity sweep, and it could go higher. So it's not done yet. The macro is hitting maybe the market. The question is, some of you guys who are actually learning ICT, is it starting at 45 or at 50? So 15-minute or 10-minute before the hour, right? I said so, yeah. The market makers, that's what's happening. Usually the market makers are watching this, so they just wanted to show off. So we will know that they're watching this show, which is awesome. Okay. Thank you for finishing up my stop loss here. I still believe, by the way, that we should be getting higher. Here's the first fair value gap. It did the sweep. Let's see if we're gonna have, maybe if it does a displacement higher, maybe it could be a good idea to jump into the small position. But let's just wait for that lunch hour, right? All right. Let me just scroll back a little bit. Can I show you how to use Quant-Hour? Well, there's lots of things to do. I mean, depends on what exactly are you looking for with Quant-Hour. It's quite user-friendly, by the way, and it's free to download and super easy to connect to MyFundedFutures, by the way. So depending on which part. Obviously, it has some good charting tools as well. So anyway, back to that topic that we were talking about, analysis and journaling. And Ash was also talking about of the quality over quantity, right? So that's very important. I get that comment all the time. that, man, why you're not taking a trade? And I literally got this comment the other week, like, oh, you're the type of guy who just sits through the session and just keeps on talking gibberish, right? And I said, yeah, I'm that guy. I am the one. I take it. I'm the guy who talks. Because if I just don't see that happening that I'm looking for, I just don't care. I don't want to. I one of my biggest goals, obviously, besides, we're all here to make money, right? You can say, oh, we're here. Yesterday, you guys were saying we're here to learn. Yes, we're here to learn, but why? Because you want to make money. We're here to make money. And also, like Ash said, so as much as I like to chat with you guys, and I know I kind of go crazy on the streams, especially on my stream. Oh my gosh. So we do crazy stuff there. I'm not that kind of stuff, so don't worry. And so I really like to be on YouTube, but otherwise, I'm not doing that kind of entertainment to put on 15 trades in a London or New York session. I just don't see the point in that. So one of the priorities for me is to really be selective with my trades, and I strongly advise to do that. I mean, I heard this back in 2023, 22. So I was watching other streamers on YouTube as well, and they keep saying, I'm not going to mention names, and they kept saying, like, what's the best advice you can give us? From the chat, that was a question, and they were saying 1 trade a day. And I said, like, oh, that's crazy, man. 1 trade a day, that's for losers. 1 trade a day, come on, man. What can I do with 1 trade? And as time went by, I started to realize, man, there is something in that. The less trades I take, I know it sounds crazy. The less trades I take, the more profitable I am. I am just saying it as a personal experience, right? Take it or leave it. It's up to you guys. But definitely less is more, and look for those quality trades. One of the best things to do. Just wait for it. Do the tape reading. Here's Luke again. Oh my gosh.
I'm back. I
He's
lurk
back.
in the background. I pop in.
Yeah. Hopefully you're gonna give away like 200 accounts and 200 resets. That's
well,
the goal.
I got like we're doing fewer of the mad dash codes, where we announce it and we make a big deal about it, and then you got to be really quick, and it's gone in 1 minute. So we're doing less of those where it's a huge deal. More likely that we're waiting for people who are paying attention on the stream and actually watching, and may happen to see a code pop up from time to time. May happen to go home with 1 of 50 free resets.
Wow. 50 resets. Jesus.
We're rewarding our users who are with us. They're rocking with us. They're watching. They're building. Nice. They're part of the journey.
Let's go.
If you are not yet a subscriber to this channel, subscribe now, because you must be a subscriber to be eligible to win. If you have not yet liked the show, like the stream, share the stream. And Tom, I'm giving it back to you. We got about another 30 minutes or so.
Oh my gosh, what am I going to talk for 30 minutes anyway?
Don't worry, I'll come in. I'll interrupt you in about half an hour.
Don't worry, I have
a little randomized giveaway for you.
I told you I can talk about everything until 4 p.m. No problem. I can stay here. All right. So where was I? Oh yeah, less trades and quality trades, right? So so one of the biggest priorities, obviously, to tune it down in terms of quantity. And so I had today, by the way, I am in the green, definitely. So the MyFundedFutures account, I'm super happy for it. I would like to do this, like I'm going to put in a segment here in 1 or 2 minutes for maybe for tomorrow. Hopefully I'm not going to screw everything up, but I'm going to show you guys my stat page on MyFundedFutures on this account, and we're going to be keep on track of this account for the rest of the month. If we have enough buffer on it, I'm definitely going to take a payout, let's go for that live account. That's the goal. And yeah, so less trades, quality trades. And so this AM session, I already had a trade. I had a trade in the London session, so that's technically 2 trades, right? Now, obviously, if you see an A++ setup, that's awesome. You can take it. But as I said yesterday, as the time goes on throughout the day and the market close is approaching, I mean, if you're a scalper and you want to do the power hour scalping, that's fine. That's a different thing. But those kind of trades that I'm looking for to hit these certain levels, I don't need to be taking like 10 to 15 trades, right? So if you guys have any kind of questions about this or anything related to this topic, just let me know. I'm happy to answer some questions here. Heath, good to see you. I'm not done for the day. I'm actually looking to enter once more with a very small position, with maybe 1 micro, mostly for the moral victory of this, just to see if we can go for 818. It might not going to happen while I'm here, but maybe in the PM session. So what I'm waiting is actually a possible shift here, somewhere around 774. And look at this. Look at this level. This is actually, again, a 1 minute 1 minute supply zone. Oh my God, that's terrible. That's, oh my, it's even more, I'm just making things worse. So 1 minute supply zone. Anyway, I'm gonna get this off. It's just disturbing. And so I'm looking for a shift somewhere above 774. Okay. If I see that, I might gonna jump in again. Otherwise, we're pretty much just ranging. So, you know, we're taking a position by not doing anything in terms of trading. Okay. So what do you think for this macro time? 11:50. Now, there is some debate about this, even when I'm on my own stream as well. Like, we used to talk about what is the proper time for this macro. Like, is it 11:50 or 11:45? Now, I hear people saying, oh, it's 45. Oh, no, it's 50. In my personal opinion, I like the 50 better because it's closer to the hour. I'm expecting more moves as we're getting closer to the hour. And I don't want to quote ICT, of course, and keep this as a secret. But Alex, cash is a position. Yes, Alex. Alex is saying cash is a position. Exactly. So I heard him saying, actually, that it's 45 and 50. Actually, I'm going to do a research and I'm going to get those lectures because he said it. So which one is the real one, 45 or 50? I have no freaking idea, you know. But anyway, moving on. So any questions? I'm just scrolling the chat upside down. Awesome. Okay. I think so. First of all, this first fair value gap, which I think is, yeah, it's correct. It happened at 36. It's still holding price pretty much. So yeah, I'll be looking for a long position definitely, but I need that displacement. Anyway, usually 1 trade for every session, and I'm not going to, you know, force myself into low probability trades like I did last Friday, especially on the Friday. I still feel a little bit stupid about that. You know, I shouldn't have chopped myself up on that Friday, but when you see this, and usually you see this kind of price action at this hour, and I would love to show off with some great trades, but you know, I got taken out. German cars is always a good topic, but Gotta make sure that Luke is not hearing us talking about German cars. All right. So yes, yeah, I'm watching ES on my other screen here, but we can take a look here if you want. Yeah, I'm not really trading ES, to be honest. Oh my god. But I can tell you that ES looks like, I don't even want to say what. It's very bad. We have equal lows here. Very bad. I don't like what I see. Actually, the problem is that ES is it looks like it might want to go lower. What's the hourly candle looks like? Yeah, the hourly on ES, to me, it looks like sort of like a accumulation. Donnie, hello. What's up? Good to see you. So 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. Let's just put a line at 6,000. All right, 6K, not 6K. Yeah, 6K. There we have it. It didn't really go for it. You know, guys, round numbers, the market loves it. And this is a coin toss again. We have relative equal lows. We have 6K up there, almost relative equal highs. Then we're right at the middle. I wouldn't touch ES for sure. That is 100%. And so far, getting back here to NQ, if this one goes lower, well, I'm looking for some levels. Well, there are some minor targets here at 725, but there's a 15-minute zone down there at 621. Nothing to do. Don't take a trade. Don't take a trade. If you have a plan, go with that. And we just talked about this previously, this New York AM session that and I started this topic here at MyFunded TV as well. So first, you got to be sure to have a good analysis. I mean, it's easier, by the way, to get into the New York session, because then you see what happened in London. Obviously, we can say that, okay, in London session, we see what happened in Asia session. I think these levels are showing off way better when you start out in the New York session. And so you can actually look back. Those London levels, I think they have a much bigger emphasis in those daily levels or intraday levels than looking just the Asia high and low. Like, it's, I mean, obviously it's good too, but usually what can we do in a London session? You look for Asia low, Asia high, and then you look for possible reversals, because that's what everybody's doing. I did that too for a lot of time. So, and yes, it can be profitable, but it can be, things can go crazy if you're just looking for that. Anyway, if you're starting out in the New York session, you see those levels earlier of what happened in the market, and then you have a better understanding of what could be happening. So you put on your levels, put on your zones. It can be your it can be a fair value gap, a swing high, swing low, support and resistance levels, whatever. You know, we are all different, and you know, some of you are spotting out those support and resistance levels much better than I am, or some of you are having a greater understanding for certain swing points, swing lows, swing highs. But it can be just a weekly high, weekly low, whatever floats your boat. Once you have your levels up, it's easier to anticipate the movement towards that level, and you just have to wait for the market to move and just take your entry and jump in. And that's why I'm saying, note down at the end of the day, was my analysis correct or not? That's all. And that's how you're going to gain more confidence. And last week, I told you guys that if you execute according to your entry model, even if you get stopped out, but you're going to gain confidence especially when your analysis for those daily levels were correct. So you could be on a losing streak, but once you know you have an edge and you can achieve that by collecting data and doing the back test, you will know, even after a losing streak, that you just have to keep on executing, right? So even on a losing streak, you can actually gain confidence. And I know it sounds crazy, but it really works. Natasha is here. Hello, Natasha. What's up? I'm just looking if I have some questions, maybe. But not. We have the oh yeah, we have the new hour already. As I said, I'm still looking for a possible pump to the upside here. Well, let's see. Do you ever stack positions? And if so, can you demo how to do it in TradingView? I don't really stack up positions. If I do, I just maybe add one to a certain position, like one time. So, for example, if I'm in a position with like whatever, a few micros, and I'm just super convinced that the trade is going to go, even if I'm in a small drawdown, but I'm convinced that, okay, that this should be going in my direction, maybe I let myself to add one time to that specific trade with the market order. Or you can do it with the limit order. Like if you're looking for a whatever, you're looking for a long position, you can add some buy limit orders below. Okay. With the TradingView, I don't know. I think I have a paper trading account. I don't know. But anyway, if you right click on TradingView and you push this, for example, sell limit here, right click sell limit, or sorry, buy limit. So if I want to add to a buy position, then buy limit, right click buy limit, and you can add to your position. If you just want to add to your winning trade, if it goes higher, right click, then buy stop, right? That's how simple you can add to your position like that. So like, share, and subscribe. Exactly like Abhishek says. Everybody, push that like button, subscribe to the channel, make sure to turn on notifications, because giveaways and resets are happening all the time. Okay, so don't miss the opportunity. Quant Hour is amazing too. Many people loves to use trading gear. Yeah, so Tiger Sleep. I love Quant Hour, to be honest. And I don't want to say anything bad on TradingView, because TradingView is the best charting platform out there, in my opinion. It's really just the #1 for charting. I love it. As for trading, and take it or leave it, it's up to you. And especially if you're a scalper, again, take it or leave it. I think TradingView lags a little bit when you're pushing market executions. Like, for example, you're scalping with even just with a few micros or a mini, whatever. You're going in with market execution on TradingView. I think there is a few milliseconds of lag, which can cause you a bit of a slippage, in my personal opinion. And again, I don't want to debate about this, and obviously TradingView is great, but I think there is some kind of a lag going on. I'm not a technical guy in this stuff, so I don't know. I can't explain it to you, but so I tried to trade await as well, which is awesome. And obviously, I mean, I like Quant Hour, and trade await is cool too. But I tried to compare the market execution on trade await on the same account and on TradingView. There is a lag. And if you're a scalper, you're looking, not really a scalper, but like looking for a few points, 8 or 10 points, whatever. That small delay or slippage, which is causing the slippage, that can count actually. So I would say it's most likely better for those of you who are like swing traders, but not like holding a position for days. But even if you like to hold a position for hours, and you're in with small position size and a wider stop, that's cool, awesome. I'm just talking about the scalping effect, right? Profit, and the amount shows -1. That's interesting. So just my 2 cents, you know. But otherwise, I think TradingView is great for charting. It's absolutely amazing. But I love Quantower. Quantower is simple to use as well, by the way. Very simple to use for charting. It's a different approach, but you can get used to it. It's fine for London session. Yeah, Donnie. Yeah, London moves slower, so you can get a fairly good execution with TradingView. Again, I'm talking about the market orders. Once you put on a limit order, it's fine. But imagine a day when NASDAQ goes crazy, right? It could happen. it happened this year a few times. So if NASDAQ goes crazy and you're starting to execute on TradingView, don't. Okay, I'm sorry. Please don't. If there's a huge volatility, like we had those days when the market was spiking up and down 5%, TradingView, like 1 minute candles in the London session were like 50 points, 60-point candles, in London session. I'd say that, maybe TradingView is not the best to go with market execution, right? So, I would love to get some questions. I mean, I love to execute some trade as well, but I'm not going to force myself into a trade here. No way. No way. I'm going to be the guy who talks, but maybe not the best entertainer. So, no, I want to be the best. I'm not going to say that, man. I'm going to be kicked out real soon if I say that. So, AI bots. Well, Donnie. Oh my God, we could talk about this theory for hours. Yeah, guys, I would love to hear your opinion as well, because I think like we're heading into a new era. I think as AI comes into our life, you guys saw that movie I, Robot from Will Smith, right? If you haven't, go watch it. It's like a 2004 movie. I think that's where we're heading. We're going to have those robots, and not just, they're not just going to take out the trash. They're going to do trading, maybe. Who knows? We don't know how much these softwares are going to adopt to the market or vice versa. But man, I think a lot of surprises are going to happen with the new AI era. So I'm a little bit skeptical, to be honest. Because the market is always changing, but the AI can also adapt as well. Man, I think it's a difficult question, but I don't think that. The markets are still going to be there, So you have the freedom to enter to the markets as a human and just trade it, right? So once you have your strategy and your edge, then who cares what AI is doing, right? Technically, AI is trading these algos right now, or we can, whatever we call it, AI or algo or whatever, but we're already experiencing it. We need to race with Luke. I'm not gonna do that. Flying BMWs, maybe BMW versus C8 on track, depends on which BMW. Let me scroll here on chat. That's why we will have a television. Yeah. M8. I love the M8. I think it's a great car. Okay. Oh, we have to stop talking about this, Okay. So yeah, it's definitely it will be an interesting add on to the markets once we see that. I think it's like such a big leap right now. All these I'm seeing these videos on TikTok about these AI generated characters and all that such. Oh my God, I'm just shaking my head. Like back in the 90s when the internet became popular, like And this is like it's this thing that's coming in our way with the AI. It's going to be with the same magnitude, I think, just like when the internet started to be popular in the 90s. Anyway, moving on. So what do we have here? It seems like we are melting down by some reason, or for some reason. ES also providing some downside here. Pretty much ranging. Yeah, pretty much ranging. The 15-minute chart definitely, it's not the kind of chart that I like to watch here. We repriced this gap and rebalanced it with an up close candle. So we had this news gap here on the micro. The mini was not as big as this. Rebalanced it. Now we're going lower. Obviously, it's rolling over now. And I think we have a shift here already. And on the downside, I have to look at the 1 minute as well. To be honest, I was watching this level at 725, and the low of this zone is at 705. So I think it should be breaking it. There was a minor, I think I mentioned this. There's a minor zone here at 725. It should be broken real soon. But that's it. It should be going below 704. And we have another one here. So we are already in a bullish order block or demand zone, starting from 731 on the 1 minute all the way down to 695. So draw on liquidity could be shifting, for scalping purposes, 705, and then going down to 695. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's happening, everyone. It's happening. I mean, that would be the only logical move, if there's any logic in today's market. So 695. Yeah, I think that's a possible sell side liquidity that we're going there. I'm not forcing myself into the trade because the risk to reward ratio is just not too good on this. So I'm just not going to do it. But we definitely should be breaking 705, I think. So yeah. Would you take a long at the lows? Depending on which lows, Roman Arts. So if this one keeps melting down, 695, I have to look at some levels on this. I don't think after we break 705 and definitely below the 700, I don't think I would like to take a long position, not without any kind of structure being built up, and we are in the lunch hour. So look at that. There's the fair value gap right there. Could be reaching up for it for some liquidity, sweeping some orders. If this gap is going to push price back down and it's not going to close above the midpoint, which is around 730, then we might have a chance for a strong push and breaking it down to 705. What's the risk to reward here? Not too good, right? Low hanging fruit right there. I think I would wait. Even with the 1-to-1, 2 micros, that's good. Let's just wait for it. But it could be a good target. We have an SMT with ES. Yeah. Keegan, hello. So, but we had some really good trades today. If you guys would like to join my channel, I stream every day from 2 a.m. until usually 4:30 a.m. Eastern Standard, and also the New York Open. We have a great community as well, and just the usual. And we had some real good setups today as well. So that's why I don't really want to give back profits. But I'll be watching this level, maybe on a evaluation account. I have a new eval account. Why not do it? A starter account, that is. But on the funded account, I'm keeping the profits. So let me just switch here to this. All right. Maybe I will take it there on an eval. Why not? On evaluation accounts, I go crazy a little bit more. Okay, as soon as we get there, I might have a market order. I mean, market execution. Okay, I just took it. Only on evaluation, not on a funded account. And this evaluation account today is already up. It's a starter account. I'm already up $1,059 today on the starter account. So I'm willing to risk about $200 from this because I just don't want to give back the profits. So I'm up $1,059, risking 200. I'm aiming for 705.25. That's it. Because that's a zone there, and that's a zone there, and it technically shifted. So at least I can say I've put on a trade on the stream, right? So I just want to get this to go down below that zone. It's a minor level, not a huge deal, but it's technically a demand zone. Not the strongest one, that's for sure. It's not looking good. So anyway, okay. Run some fun, go very fast on Nürburgring. Oh, I want to do that. I would love to do that. I really want to. Actually, you guys know we have a racing track for Formula One here in Hungary. It's called Hungaroring. I was already driving there in 2014. I was lucky to be able to take a few rounds there. It was awesome. A few laps, sorry. So, big zoo. This ICT stuff is boring, right? Yeah, it becomes a noise a little bit. Anyways, I'm okay with this. Yeah, so far, if we just check the 15-minute chart, not looking that good. The 5-minute also not showing any great signs. I was actually hoping that it will drop down to at least take out this level down there at the 705, but it's cool. No problem with that. If it goes, it goes. If not, it's fine. Again, and that's why I said, and I keep repeating that once I lock in a few $100 on a funded account, I just leave it and move on, maybe to an evaluation account, because it actually helps you with your confidence as well. And if you want to build some confidence, that's a good practice. I can tell you that. For example, you make that $200 or $300. Maybe, it's not too much for many of you. Maybe it's not too much, but it adds up. But if you're starting out and you're looking for your first payouts, and if you want to gain that confidence and finishing up the day, even with just a small profit, and you can repeat that process multiple times throughout the week, and compound effect, TT, yeah, compound effect. I agree. That's why I would like to. I like to compound the profits on this starter account. I'm very curious how far I can manage with it. If I fail, don't worry, I'm not going to fail. But if I will, I will just start all over. So, but I will share how we are doing, and looking forward to take the payouts from this one. So, do you copy your trades? Rarely. So, if I copy trade, I copy like maximum 2 accounts. So, for example, you can do multiple variations. Like, you can copy trade. I mean, no more than 2. Like, usually I always try to have a few funded accounts. But, with MyFundedFutures, we can have 3 accounts, which is awesome. And I think it should be enough. Also, like, for the long term, if you really want to be a trader and not focusing on blowing up those accounts, then these 3 accounts should be more than enough, because the goal is to go to live, and then the compounding effect, and risk management does the heavy lifting for you. So it's a journey. It takes time, it takes patience, but that's what you have to do. TT, was that a joke? Was that a joke? I just forced myself into a trade, but on an evaluation account. I just forced myself into this. But if I would have been if I would only had like $200 or $300 on this eval, and maybe I wouldn't have done this. So why give back the profits? Or for example, if I would have made $1,000 today on my funded account, it would be easier to jump into a trade, right? Let's just take one more trade for the stream, for everybody, for the community. Let's just take a trade. Let's show off. We can do it. Yeah, sure. Why not? But, especially after this move here, I think it's, I think it's just, it's the best idea to not give back anything. I forced it. Sorry. I'm trying to catch that sarcasm, I'm trying to. Oh my gosh, we are in profit. Everybody make a screenshot that I was in profit on the stream. Okay, I'm going to put it out my wall. Actually, I'm waiting for ideas for you guys. Serious question, everybody. Real serious question. I have this background with nothing on there. What should I do there? Some LED lights or some Star Wars figure, or I don't know what should I put in the background. I'm willing to do something there, but I don't know. Give me some ideas. Oh my gosh, did I see Luke here, or is it just a ghost? I don't know. I can't hear you, buddy. Yeah, I thought I can hear him now.
Better.
Okay, now I can hear you.
I magically appeared.
Magically appeared. All right.
All right. Towards the end of your stream and into Matt's segment, I got a couple things. One, I'm going to drop a form in the chat.
Let's go.
All you have to do is fill it out, and you're eligible to win. And winners will be announced in the next hour. This is a randomized giveaway, a randomized drawing. There's one simple question in the form, and that question is, have you taken advantage of code YouTube for 20% off Starter Plus and Expert Resets this week? It ends this week. The week is coming to an end. I'm putting a link in the chat with code YouTube. All you have to do is click that link, use code YouTube, and you will get 20% off of your Starter Plus or Expert Resets. It's as simple as that. What do you think,
guys?
Tom?
Do it, everyone. Do it. Use that code. You must. All right? It's a must.
It's that simple.
It's that simple.
If you've never been with us before, you've never been a MyFundedFutures customer before, could you please put a 1 in the chat?
Let's see.
I want to see a 1 in the chat if you've never been with us before. Dun, dun, dun.
Let's see. Let's see those ones. We have a 2. We have a 5. Okay.
Okay. We got a couple ones.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It gets better.
It gets better.
Use the link and code YouTube to get 50% off of any plan if you've never been a customer. This helps us out. This helps you out. It helps the ecosystem run and be happy and flow. So if this applies to you, please do so.
Let's go. All right. Oh my gosh, time flies. Time
flies.
Exactly.
You want to give us some final thoughts, Tom?
Yeah. I just wanted to show you guys this. So obviously, I'm a huge Star Wars fan. So if you guys want, we can put like a big Star Wars thing in the background, whatever, But, I want to make this one to join MyFundedFutures, Now I can say join the empire. Okay. Anyway, that was a little bit
Join the empire.
Join the empire. Anyway, I really liked this segment. Good topics. I forced myself into a trade as well. But anyway, no, it's all is good. And I love the questions. And so far, guys, this market is just going sideways. So I would just wait for the 1 p.m. And just step aside. Maybe have a drink and refresh yourself, because this is just not the kind of price action to do anything, right? So you guys just have to rethink the whole scenario here. Overall, in the big picture, by the way, I still think that those levels up there above 800 are looking good. I thought that we're going to break this down there at 705. But, it is what it is. The market does what it wants. All you can do is make an educated guess, right? I'm going to be live, by the way, as a closing thought. I'm going to be live tomorrow in London and New York as well. So hope you guys can.
Where
where
do they go to follow along? How do they find you?
Yeah, so my YouTube handle is the same as you see here in my screen or in the camera, Tom Sabo Biz. You can find it there, or maybe I can put my channel's link there. So I'm streaming every day in London and New York session. If you guys would like to join and share some thoughts, then here is my channel's link. Greatly appreciate everybody for the questions and for listening my preaching. No, actually, thank you. And we had a good day today, so I enjoyed it. I think Matt is going to be awesome, just like yesterday. So I just learned yesterday that Matt is a huge Star Wars fan. So kudos. I am a Star Wars fan as well. So thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Luke, it's up to you now.
All right. We will see you in 23 hours, my friend. And I'd like to say hello to Matt.
Hey, guys. What's up?
What's up? How are you doing? Feeling good, having fun?
Did I hear Star Wars earlier? Another person.
You heard Star Wars.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, anyone that likes Star Wars is a good friend of mine. How you guys doing today?
Feeling good. We're feeling ready. I'm putting a link in the chat now that people, all they have to do is fill it out, and they're eligible to win a giveaway. Pretty special.
Awesome, man. Give me 1 second. Before I jumped on the show, I had like this massive mic mishap. Everything in my computer fell apart. I'm like resetting everything. Photo finish. I now got everything up and running seconds before I had to come on. So this is
you did it.
Oh, I haven't even shared my screen yet. So let me share my screen really quick. Hold on 1 second. So sorry about that, you guys. Hold on 1 second. Here, let's go here. Sorry about that, you guys. Stream 2. There we go. All right. Stream should be up. Hey, there it is. Yeah, I was in the middle of streaming, and then my mic just started going blah, 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 and people were actually saying I sounded like a droid from Star Wars. And so I had to reboot, and it was like right at the last minute, and then I got back up and running.
All right, there you go. You made it.
Nice. How are you guys doing today? Did y'all have a good trading day, guys? Luke, did you have a good trading day?
I always have good days. I'm not necessarily trading, but I'm always having good days.
That's good.
What do we have to look forward to in this next hour, sir?
I am watching the market flush a little bit off of some Apple related news. We've been watching through the news headlines that there's something. Let me get all my browsers open here. And Apple and Nvidia both have broken key levels, and those are obviously big enough in our index to cause a little bit of turmoil. And we've been trading. Basically, I took longs on that first dip. I longed right back up on my screen where I'm circling. Traded. I've just been kind of sitting out for the rest of the day. This is this little white box we call redistribution zone. Today's SPY open, yesterday's SPY close. So SPY is what I'm gauging where the open and close of equities are. And we are trading closer to the bottom of this box. And that's what this white indicator tells you. If it's less than 0, the stocks are moving lower. And so SPY is most likely to be here rather than be up here. And I'm just waiting to see if this market flushes out. I've got 2 really solid A+ setups I can take. I'm still extremely bullish on this market. And I've got this 595, 594 SPY, which basically lines up with 70 and 60 S&P. I'm going to grab longs on those A+ and just wait for them. See if I get anything good from it. Welcome, friends, to the channel. I'm doing good, Peter. Thanks for asking. You're looking forward to silent 50 reset codes. And Sean Duncan passing his 50K starter plus. Awesome. I love hearing people pass their accounts. It always makes me happy. Yep. So kind of waiting, watching paint dry this morning. I didn't get baited into a long at the top. I basically up for the day. I've made probably, let's see, about $3,000. I tweeted it. So I'm about 3K profit today. I am, let me see if I get this going here. I'm in the so pardon me for like a minute. I'm still logging into all of my stuff. Go here, go here, go here. Perfect. And I was watching the market fall to my key areas, and I was so excited. I was like, yes, this is the trade I want. But then everyone that listened to me was sounded like this when I was talking, and people were just like, man, it sounds horrible. I look at the clock, 10 minutes till I got to be here. I'm rebooting my computer, frantically running, and I got in just in time. So we're here. Thanks to Matt's teaching. Well, appreciate that. Risk management is kind of what I specialize in teaching. I love teaching people how to manage risk, position sizing, stop management, all that stuff. It's key to winning in the trader funding program world. He blew 2 funded accounts. I wouldn't be sad about that. It happens to everybody, even to me. We all bust every once in a while. Somebody made $1,520,000 on your eval. Really? That's $15,000. Is that right? Am I reading that right? You made 15 grand today? Dang. How do I feel about trading bots? If you have a good trading system and you have a way to bot it, I mean, that seems to be the easiest way to take the human emotions out of it. How do I feel about you buying somebody's trading bot? Buyer beware. There's a million of them out there and a million of them suck. So be careful buying somebody that has a trading bot they want to sell you. Very rarely would you have a successful trading bot that you would try to sell. You know what I mean? What's the point of that? You need somebody's $100, right? But if you make your own trading bot because you have a system and you lock it down, it's your own thing. It's amazing. I'm trying to make one myself out of my system, and for myself. It's not for anyone else. It's for me, right? So that's how I feel about trading bots. You know, like Instagram ads, check out my trading bot. I live stream on Twitch Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You can see my trading bot work in action live. I give away all my trades for free. Everything's free. And then you're just like, oh, okay. That sounds great. Thank you, stranger, for caring about me and my success with your free trading bot. Yeah. Do you already need a MyFundedFutures account to win the giveaway? New here? Yeah, you do. So if you don't have a MyFundedFutures account, you should go start one. Because when you do win a giveaway, you got to be in the system anyway. So might as well go start one. Can somebody recommend a movie or show to watch? I recently started watching Murderbot on Apple. It's kind of cool. I like it. It's different and weird, and I love different and weird. Would my bot be working in conjunction with Rocket Scooter? Right. I would be making a bot of my own trades for myself. It wouldn't be something I'd be making for other people. Like, clearly, no offense. As much as I love you guys, which is so much, my heart is exploding. If I had this like winning trading bot, no offense, I ain't giving it to anybody. Mine, all mine. But seriously, Landman look cool. Like I love that whole series. I love all of it and all the spinoffs. Like it all looks like definitely something I would definitely get into. Silo is good. Yeah, Silo is good. The books that came with Silo were pretty good. Like that's based on a book series. Yeah, and today I'm waiting for it, so I'm just kind of like, entertaining you guys on stream. I'm waiting for some key levels. If you guys know, our liquidity map shows bullish pressure out the door, which is good. But we always know we have some good A+ setups. Let me get my drawing tool here on screen. As you know, I trade S&P futures and Nasdaq futures, and I watch the equities index ETFs off to the side. I have really strong support at bull zone. This is roughly a 90% bounce chance. And bears on top, also 90% bounce. These are A++ setups, and I've been waiting all morning to get them. The market hands it to me like we flush and flush. I'll be trading here back to this box. With this line being less than 0, the market is threatening to have this as resistance. So a second leg flush is possible. If I hit my key pivots, I'd be willing to take a long. And excited to do that. I don't try to force a trade. I'd rather miss out on a long from here than to take another 20 points of drawdown on the S&P. And similar for NASDAQ. So that's at roughly 70 and 60. NASDAQ is a little bit farther away. These levels down here, it's about 120 points lower on NASDAQ. And this lower level here is roughly 300 and something points lower. So for NASDAQ to bottom out at these key levels down here as well, the market would have to fall really quick. So S&P is going to hit its level first. And I don't think that we're going to crash out and sell today, to be honest. Market's still strong and bullish. I do think that we're going to probably, if we fade lower, I'm going to jump in right there and trade it kind of back to this middle range. It'd be really nice. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for today. Why not take a short where the bounce would be? Aha. So that's a classic question that I get asked almost every single day. You might not know this, but my trading win rate for 2025 is roughly 75%. I post that stat daily on my stream. I post the statements or the results every single day of the accounts that I'm trading. And I mostly long about 90% of my trades. I don't normally short the market, even if I think it's going down. I only short off of a high. Like, here, let me tell you the premise of why I do what I do. I only long at a discount, and I only sell at a premium. I only short at a premium and cover at a discount. If I think the market's going to fall, with all my indicators being bullish, I have 3 solid indicators I look at to see if the market's bullish, and all 3 of them are bullish today. This ratio is one of them, 90% almost. That's really bullish. The S&P is above this orange line. It's also bull structure and options. So like combination of everything still being bullish. If the market were to fall, instead of me trying to short it and then longing it, that's over trading. The market wants to go up. I never want to be against the herd as much as I can. Now, if the market is slightly going down today in a realm of where it wants to go up over time, I'm always waiting to be the first person in a trade to get into the moment. Now, if you were to short and you wanted to short like from here, then you made a trade being the first person to short. I never want to be in the middle or near the end of possibly the move, because at the point of the point of this move is the reward is not as much as the risk in case it goes against me and keeps going in the same trajectory. I only short off of a few key pivots. I'll show you guys. I have this little cheat sheet that I make, and I'm glad to share it with you guys. Hold on. Grab that real quick. And friends, don't forget to smash that like button if you're here. Give the YouTube algo some love. We appreciate that. Let me show you my little cheat sheet that I've got here. I have some really strong pivots that I play on. I'm going to give you my back test results from them from my style of trading. So what we do is volume prediction, and I can use options and other types of techniques to find where volume pivots will be. I only trade off of volume pivots. I have basically 7 really strong long setups and 4 really good short setups. And short setups, none of them are nearby and they don't apply. Like I could short off of this upper green band at 60-40 as a good short setup. We're kind of like floating in the middle, and I don't really have a good pivot. I only short off of a strong pivot, and only if I have confluence to go with it. So if you see this little cheat sheet on my screen here, I'm going to make it really big for y'all. There's an arrow, there's a line, there's a level, and I require some kind of confluence to go with it. Like these are some of my other indicators. I need other things to support a bear market for me to be bearish. My win rate has gone through the roof with losing that mentality of let me short it just so it goes lower so that I can long it. If I want to long it, I'd rather miss out on the long than to short too long. Because most of the time the market will randomly go up anyways, and then I'll get squeezed, and I don't want to be in that situation. It's a great question. If it looks bearish or looks like it's going to fall, I get used to sitting out. Here's another reason why sitting out is good if the market just spontaneously falls. Did you know when the S&P goes down, right, that the VIX goes up? You guys know what the VIX is, right? It's the volatility index. And the VIX is basically a measurement of the lack of liquidity in the market creates volatility. And liquidity can be basically defined really simply as, how close are your buyers and sellers from each other? And the market can like bounce between buyers and sellers. But if they're more scattered and spread out from each other, the same amount of buying and selling allows the market to bounce a little bit more. Okay. Think of volatility, think of the letter V. It's a V. The amount of Ving in the market, how much wobble it has as it's moving, right? There's volatility, right? Move, 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 move. And then if the market falls and sells off, volatility goes up. So what does that mean for your trading? Well, if a long market means volatility goes down, then the V's that you experience or the pullbacks become less and less. If you guys notice this, right, when you're trading, markets go up, they tend to get cleaner as they go up, and they tend to speed up at the end of the day. Those V's almost all the time vanish. Like the last couple of days, we didn't even get a dip to buy on. You just kind of had to kind of jump in on it, right? But when markets are selling off, it's the opposite. Volatility increases, right? And so the market gets choppier as it's falling until it starts to stabilize and go. Now, those of you guys trading, MyFundedFutures starter plus, expert, all that, you got drawdown to deal with. And so higher volatility means higher drawdown. And in all cases of trader funding programs, when you have daily loss limits or trailing loss limits or any kind of loss limit period, any kind of volatility is your actual enemy to the trade. You'd hate to be longing the market and then just the natural volatility stops you out and blows up your account before you were right. So shorting requires you to trade smaller and get in at the high so that the volatility doesn't chop you out. You understand that? What's my YouTube channel? Yeah, I think it's in the description below, but let me type it for you. That's me. I just typed it in chat. But you guys, does everyone here in chat, can I get a yes if y'all understand? When markets go down, typically volatility expands, so it's choppier. So shorting in a trader funding program is harder to do into the place because you have to be so accurate on your entry point that if you get in at the wrong spot, right, you get chopped out. And that's kind of the thing that why I don't like to do it is because I don't want to get chopped out. I'd love to be the first person in the short on the high, but as the market starts to fall and the volatility goes up, it becomes harder. So a lot of people try to treat trading like shorting is let me bet that the market goes down, and longing is like let me bet that the market goes up. It's not really the case because longing and shorting are kind of two totally different things. Shorting is let me bet that the market goes down, but I know that it's going to become choppier as it falls. Longing is like, I'm going to bet the market goes up, but it's going to be less choppy as it goes up. You enter longs, you double down on longs, you add the longs differently than you add to shorts. Short trades with the extra volatility, you got to trade much smaller and wider on your bets. If the market's bouncing around a whole lot, you might want to trade like maybe 2 micros instead of, on the long side, on the dip, 1 mini. You might have more confidence to grab a mini on a dip, but on the short side, you might have some micros just in case you enter at the wrong spot and it chops against you before it goes. You need to make sure that that drawdown isn't something that gets you, right? So when I short markets, it's not because I think it's going to go down that I jump in on the short. It's because I have a reason to short. The market's bearish or I have some kind of indication. Like right now, here's the indication. This is a divergent move where this white line is less than 0 and the index is rallying to there. Just to demonstrate, I'm going to do the particular trade that I'm talking about. When it bounces off of this 59.89, I'm going to trade some micros. Okay. And I'll put micros on the trade. That's it. And why? Well, because I'm going to short off of something, not because I think the direction is going down, but now it's because the stocks are down here in the bottom of this box and we're pushing to the top of the box of the index. There's a little bit of arbitrage possibility there. And then I want to demonstrate this with just a couple of micros, right? The dashed line is actually resistance when this white line is below 0. Okay. So let me actually clone this. It's not an A+ setup. It's roughly a coin flip setup. So I'm going to bet it really small anyways, but this dashed line should be resistance. We'll do this. Actually, I can't see the, hold on, you guys. Where is the, I have lost that screen. Hold on 1 second. Where is? Okay, I cannot see you guys in the background. I can't see my StreamYard. I think my thing has disappeared. So hold on one second. Let me. No clue. So I can't see you guys. I have no idea where that is. Hold on one second. Oh, there it is. Okay, give me a second. I found it. I'm going to reshare my screen. Hold on. Pardon the interruption here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you guys ready? Okay, there we go. I couldn't see y'all for a little minute there. Okay, now my screen is back. I should be able to share it now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, folks in the back. Appreciate y'all. Okay, so when this level is less than 0, I'll tell you guys, man, it was so crazy on my stream. At the weirdest time, it just started going robotic and I had to reboot everything. So we're good. All right, so the open price is moving to here. And this is going to be resistance if this white indicator is less than 0, which it is, right? So if I want to short, it's because I want to short off of something, not because I want to short in the direction. Longing is the opposite. If I long, I want to long into the direction. I will chase longs. I will jump in on longs all the time. I never, ever, 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 ever jump in on shorts. So we got about maybe 2 or 3 points of pop on this. Let me show you guys a cool possible short setup. Right when I hit that white line, I'm going to throw a trade at it. And I just got micros on the screen. I'm in 0 hurry to jump in and take this. It's not A+ setup. It's more like, 50-50 kind of coin flip, but I'd be betting that the market stays lower in the bottom of this box. So I need a better opportunity to short from here to here. And I'm just demonstrating this. If I weren't on the stream, I would be sitting out on this. But I'm going to teach you guys a lesson on shorting. I'll be willing to risk a couple $100 for that lesson. That's how much I love you. But we'll hang tight on this. Right? Like if I put a micro onto it, right? Let me just do 1 micro. We're getting close to the top. Let me build a slight micro position with 2 micros. If we hit the white line, I'll add 4 more for a total of 6 just to trade it back down to the bottom. R&R on that trade, not really that great. But that's just the bet that we stay down in here somewhere. And risk on this, I'll probably lose like a couple $100 if I'm wrong. So again, this isn't a good trade. This is a coin flip. Because it's a coin flip, I'm putting micros on it. I know as much as we try to tell you this is an investment or trading advice, there are plenty of you guys that love to say, I'm watching some guy on the screen do it. I'm going to do it too. I don't want to do it. Don't copy our trades, number 1. Can't do that. It's not legal. Number 2, I don't want to take this trade. I think it's a coin flip. I think it's a waste of time. I don't think it's going down. I think the market's bullish. But I do think it's a very probable, maybe greater than 50% that we end up down in here. And because I'm not that certain of it, it's micros. Normally, I'd be hitting my trades with like 2 to 4 minis, right? $7 to demonstrate the presentation, right? It's not a good long setup. Res went negative. And those of you guys that are from my stream understand what I'm trying to do, right? Resilience is negative. This white line at the bottom. It's basically telling you that the net market cap of stocks are actually, they gapped up, but they're filling their gap this way. That's what this white line is. It's a gap fill predictor. We monitor all 500 companies in the S&P and all 100 companies in the NASDAQ at one time. And it's telling you that the net sum of market cap of stocks in the NASDAQ have filled their gaps this way. A gap is where you close and open a different place, right? And so if the stocks are down here and the index is up here, there's an arbitrage opportunity in front of you. The index wants to be here. And that's kind of the opportunity that I see. The index wants here. Yet it's trading higher. Index is going up, resilience is going down. And I go, aha, there's an opportunity there. So usually like I wait all day for opportunities and the market's like moving lower and said, should I have shorted there? As I was saying, no, I'm going to wait to short off of something for a reason. Oh, the reason is we're rallying. Oh, but the stocks are actually in a worse situation than before. Okay. This could be known as a bull trap. Now, because the market wants to be bullish in general, this guy can just do that and squeeze me out and I'll just take a stop, whatever. But because I'm not that certain of it, I'll just put some micros on it, right? Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. And in trading, and I always teach people this, the masterful approach that you'll have to trading are decisions like that. It's not about picking the direction. It's not about longing. It's not about shorting. It's about this trade kind of sucks. Let me put a couple micros on it, right? The advanced decline was not negative. Yeah, but this isn't advanced decline though. And that's kind of the difference. The advanced decline is likely positive, but the flux is negative, which is like the pressure and direction it's trying to be. You might be advancing positively in a downward environment. So when a stock opens and closes at opens at a different place than it closes, there's a gap. Inside of this white box is the gap. That's why we have this. This is yesterday's close and today's open. Anywhere in the middle, the market makers are trying to redistribute that imbalance for each one of those stocks, right? And if you're below this dashed line, it wants to stay closer to the bottom. If you're above it, it wants to stay closer to the top. And as stocks are pivoting this middle, it's going to pick either open or close to kind of like latch to redistribute that imbalance, right? This is where your liquidity was. Your open and close is your biggest volume of the day, right? So dealers love to figure out which one of those it wants to be at for each of the stocks. If the majority of the stocks are like, see here, now it just went against me. Now we got some popping on the stocks. If the stocks are down here, then the index shouldn't be rallying. Because why would the index be filling its gap this way if the stock's filling the gap this way? So now I took the short. Now the indicator goes against me. Now some of the stocks are moving. Now we probably know who it is, and it's probably Apple that's kicking that movement around. Yeah, and Apple's the one that's kind of like sitting there in the middle. Apple pushed down here, and the index is pushing up here. So you see how they're kind of like doing this, right? That's how that works out. That's what I'm kind of watching for today. I'm not super bearish this market, though. But, we'll see if we get anything cool out of this, right? So I have some micros on it just to demonstrate the idea of why I would short. But now the indicators have gone against me. So now I'm like, I don't like it anymore. Maybe I can close out or whatever. But I did commit to it, so I might hang. And then the stop on this would be, basically right about here. If we start breaking this 92.50, I'd close out, which is a couple of pennies of loss, right? But this is just just for demonstration purposes. This is a terrible trade. I repeat, terrible trade. Apple. Oh, Apple. But yeah, good question. That Apple chart is pretty gross. It is, yeah. Like it just looks pretty bad today. Ideally, it would be so nice for me to get my A+ set up from here to there to bounce back up. Honestly, would love that more than anything, to be honest. In my really strong, my accounts that I'm very serious about, like I have a MyFundedFutures live account. So if you guys didn't know that, I am trading live with MyFundedFutures. So that's the step above funded. I'm not touching this on my live account. It's not a good setup. I'm not touching this in any of my accounts that really matter. I'm touching it in some of the least important accounts, evals only or whatever. What's up, Luke? I see you there, bud. I cannot see.
I muted myself. I screwed up. 20 minutes ago, we asked users to fill out a form. All they had to do was fill out a form, and they'd be eligible to win some accounts. And this time I'm doing expert accounts. We're going big. So if I could get my screen on the screen, I've got some wheel spins for you for our randomized giveaway of the day. I even spun it a first time, killing the suspense a little bit. We've got Day Trade Pulse as our winner. We're going to get 4 more spins. 5 of you are going home with not starter accounts, not starter plus accounts, with expert accounts today. Oh, baby, the sunglasses are... Number
Always.
2.
We have a tradition when we give away sunglasses.
Giveaway sunglasses. I love it. Flanny. I got 3 more users that I'm going to expert accounts to. We're going big. TT is number 3. Winner number 4 is going on the wheel now. Doom Boom Trades. And last but not least, We're sending an account home to. Mo hit. But wait, Matt. Should we do a bonus spin?
Bonus spin. Let's go. One more.
All right, one more. Bonus spin. Used to jam is our next big winner. Going home with me out. There's the money gun. There it rolls. All right. So those are our big winners on the day. I'll say this. If we achieve 1,000 live viewers by the end of the stream, I might be able to sneak, creep an extra code on screen.
I love it. You know, I can't see anything through the giveaway sunglasses. They're just for show. And I try to stare at the screen. It's so dark I can't even see. But whoever won, congratulations.
Woo!
This is awesome. Hey, does life feel different as a married man now, Luke? Is it different? Week number 1 of being married?
Yeah, it does. It gives me, I have a glow at least. It could just be like some wedding afterglow. But it feels good.
Awesome, man.
Feels
That's
great.
awesome. We're all happy for you over here, bud.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. We got to reload the money gun in case there's a second giveaway. I'll get ready for that. What the code will be for? Probably giveaway accounts, probably something fun. Right, the indicator I was using a second ago, maybe just demonstrating a trade with some micros. The indicator is starting to go against me, and it doesn't look so hot, right? So instead of betting that the stock market becomes bad again, right? This is where I take some choice, and I go, well, the indicator is going against me. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes. I likely have an early warning signal that the market isn't going to do that. So now I have an indicator going against me. I took small risks to begin with because my confidence was meh. And now my confidence hasn't gotten any better. So now I can just say, let me abandon the trade if I want to. One thing I learned not to do in this market is to bet that the market falls apart. If the market is struggling to become bullish, I never bet that it becomes bearish. The market always wants to be bullish as much as it can. So anytime I'm trying to short and I lose that confluence, I kind of lose faith in the trade and I kind of back off of it. This is a time where I could probably say, well, let me uncommit to that trade. Even though I'm getting some red candles in my favor, I don't like it. It doesn't look like it's going to fall. And there's a risk management choice. Let me trim down or close out. So let me just choose to close that out. That's a $5 lesson for you guys. I'll be sending you all invoices for the $5 for, to pay me back, but I'll send that to y'all later. But great lesson, right? I mean, the market is trying to, maybe recover a little bit. I have an early warning sign that the short confluence I had isn't there. And then, so then I can walk away from the trade. I usually short when things line up. When things don't line up, I'm the first out of the way instead of bag holding, right? We can all Venmo a nickel. That's correct. I will send you a bill for 1 penny per year, right? For 5,000 years, or 50,000, however many thousand years. And look at that. Look who escaped the trade with the early warning sign. Yay, right? So that's kind of what trading's like, right? Shorting off of something for a reason. Full port and lost 2K. You can't bill me for that though. LOL, you guys are funny. So by the way, your Sir Rocket Scooter love to troll and be funny. They're joking around. Kevin really didn't full port. He's just goofing off. 1,000 views. Did we get there? Do we have 1,000 views today? Very cool. I'm glad to see it. We can get there. Yeah, so we popped up to that upper band, right? This upper area, and the resistance went greater than 0. So now that's back to being support. We had an early warning sign, didn't we? 5, 6, 7 minutes ahead. And while I did try to attempt to take that short, I didn't, and I got out of the way for that candle came up. See how pretty cool that was? And trading is about those decisions that you make. And now I can say, well, Matt, why don't you jump in on the long or something, right? And I'm not trying to take a long from here. I'd like to see more of my A+ setups today. But that demonstration was pretty cool. Had I chased the short earlier and we started that discussion, I'd be getting squeezed out pretty hard right now, right? That's kind of how that works. Somebody lost the kids, lost the house. Life savings gone. Well, you'll get it back. Don't worry. Don't worry. She'll come back with the kids. You'll mail me one Birkenstock as compensation, but I have to pay $10 a month for 72 months at 312% APY. Okay, you know what? That doesn't sound like a bad deal. But how am I going to get by with only one sandal, though? I'll be walking in circles. How's it going? How's the resilience in QQQ? So that's the one that's underneath it. So I put them side by side, right? QQQ is looking great. S&P is looking great. And Nasdaq is just kind of in that same boat, right? It's still sitting pretty above this key indication, this key level right here. Indication of Nasdaq just got better. And that's mostly because Apple flipped its polarity from being down here to up here. And most all the other stocks are kind of flat today. So we're not really getting a lot of movement. Most all of my trades today were actually long, and I'm just kind of waiting for something better to happen. You can always sleep in your car if you lost the house. Cars are cozy and comfortable. Do I focus on placing my bets in New York price action compared to Globex markets? Right. I would say the Globex markets tend to mostly just be tracking global markets, right? And the overnight, the futures, they're pretty tight on tracking what other indices are doing. I mean, the Asian session opens roughly, 8 Eastern, give or take. You got Japan opens, China opens, and then we got Germany, and then Europe, rest of Europe opens, London, all those places. And, throughout the night, those exchanges are trading around. Our futures are usually just following those exchanges overnight. And the reason I prefer to trade in the US session more than anything is because we have more information. I mean, we're trading US instruments, we have US stocks. I can watch the stock market when it's open. If you're trading overnight, guys, there's a trick. Don't necessarily just use your technical indicators on your own index. Our futures has no reason to move when the stock market's closed. It does move because it's anticipating our open in the morning going up or down based on a couple things. Sometimes there's earnings in the morning. Sometimes there's earnings after market. Sometimes there's current events that happen overnight, geopolitical stuff around the world. And sometimes other markets break key levels. The idea that if Germany, London, they're all tanking, Riyadh is tanking, Hang Seng is tanking, everything's tanking, then our market's probably going to be tanking. So our futures will be reflecting what the rest of the globe is doing as well. And really, when you're trading overnight, you need to kind of watch the other, watch the global indices as well, like what's open. And just as a rule of thumb, if you guys don't know when things open, roughly your evening, no matter where you live, your afternoon or evening is going to be when Asia opens. And then when you're in bed, past midnight-ish, depending on which time zone you're in, you're going to be in when Asia closes and Europe opens. So they basically once Asia's closing, Europe's opening, they cross over just like that. And then you basically got activity all around the clock. But you kind of have to monitor those. And if you guys want to know an easy way to monitor them, TradingView is great and it's free. And you can have, I don't know, maybe the subscription's moderate, but you get the data feeds for free. There are CFD data feeds that they give you for free that allow you to watch like the DAX and the FTSE and like all the other Shanghai Composite and all the other indices around the world. But you definitely want to watch those if you're trading in the overnight sesh, right? We do have strong pivots that we use in the overnight sesh. And I have essentially our market has pivots that are useful. And they still work very well in overnight. But also I still always watch what's going on around the world when I do trade overnight. Yep. So yeah. Somebody said they full ported their kids' trust fund. Yeah, court next week. Y'all are so funny. They're joking, guys. Nobody should be copying trades of a stranger on the internet that you've never met in your entire life. That sounds like the worst financial decision ever. You absolutely despise the overnight session. I do not like the overnight session that much. Here's the reason why. Not because it's hard to trade, but because it's hard on you. You should, unless that's the only time you can trade, like you have a full-time day job or something. If you're a day trader and you're trading in the day, the nighttime is reserved for family. See your kids, see your parents, have a life. You can't just trade all day long. You'll go crazy. Your brain will start to melt on the inside of your head. You're just trading all day long. I like to avoid the nighttime and the overnight sessions unless there's a really good pivot that I don't want to miss. Mostly because it's for family time. It's for relax. You got to reset for the next day, Got to sleep, got to eat, got to have some fun. Walk your dog, touch grass, take a shower, see a movie. Can you move the US and walk pickle as a day job? Yeah, you can. And but it's he's kind of a handful. he'll probably be he's really needy as well. So if you're walking pickle, he kind of is like very much like, you know, separation anxiety. So once you start that, you can't finish that job. You pull forward to Luke's honeymoon fund. So Luke will have to go to Arby's now for his honeymoon. Have to go cheap this time. Up against the trend line on ES, right? Yeah, there's trend line action here on ES. I'm not in any trade right now. Like I said, this just choppy, crazy nonsense. My one trade I took was from here to here. I've got no desire to do anything else. I don't feel like the market's going to rally. I don't feel like it's going to sell off. I was just hoping that Apple news would have kicked us a little lower. But we didn't really get much out of it. I do want to get my little A+ setups down there, kind of lower, and get back to watching the S&P because that's really the one that has that potential nearby. Our resilience number got slightly better. The support becomes support now. Sorry, resistance becomes support. You know, you're not always going to find good trades throughout the day, but that demonstration was definitely worth waiting for because it taught you a little bit of risk management. Bailing on a trade early. I took a small position because my probability was like a coin flip. The indicator went against me. I got out of the way instead of bag holding. And that's basically what you should always be doing. That like masterful decision making is kind of what you want to be doing as a trader. It's not just let me short and what time is it? We'll see what happens. Let me go eat some lunch. It's like you're constantly monitoring the reasoning behind your trade. And you always keep focused on your position size as a sliding scale. More confidence, bigger position. Less confidence, smaller position. I'm in a small position already. Less confidence, close it out. And you guys got to see me make a correct trade and a correct choice. I didn't long at the wrong spot. That's a masterful decision. I shorted at a spot that made sense because the indicator said it made sense. And the indicator went against me with a 10-minute head start. Got out of the way before it moved. All of those decisions are key to a high win rate. Right? It's key to winning. It's key to being the trader funding programs, all of it. It's not just like, the market sold off. So let me just put a short down and short the market. You know, it's like, you know what I mean? Things move for a reason. These indices are tracking a basket of stocks. And, you know, I'm monitoring the stocks with this resilience indicator. You'll hear me mention this on the stream 10,000 times. This is my only indicator I use and is awesome. It's 3-in-1. And the white line is the resistance at the white. The blue line is the resistance at the blue, or the probability at the blue. It's a probability indicator. And it tells you the probability it's going to bounce or break, basically. This above 0, it's a high probability this is going to bounce rather than break. And that's what I do. Did I miss any codes during that? We had to give away a little bit ago and spun the wheel. But no codes have been given out yet, so stay tuned. Maybe they'll bless us with some codes later. Somebody is thinking, oh, hey, in chat, somebody is thanking Luke personally and MyFundedFutures, all you guys in the back end, for that starter plus eval they won yesterday's stream. Currently getting everything set up. Super excited. We appreciate having you around, Glenn. That's awesome, man. You enjoy that account. Take it slow. Take it serious, you know. You took the trade and 5 minutes later, your CPA called and quit on you. These are some awesome stories. So yeah, this is what our daily stream is like. People are a bunch of knuckleheads and we always heckle each other. It's so much fun. Now I have court next week for a patient. They're in $15K in debt, no more funded accounts, no car, no house, no kids, no wife, but you still have the internet and you could still watch the show. And that's all that matters. So you're good. At least they didn't take that from you. What's the name of the indicator on TradingView? So this is actually in its own platform called Rocket Scooters. So these indicators are only available in this specific platform. And guy, I'm not trying to make a sales pitch for the platform here, but you can go and learn more about it on my streamer here. You guys are asking about it. Not trying to plug here, but you guys are asking. This is the link I'm going to type in chat. Rocketplace/Matt. That'll have more information about the indicators I use. And, you know, I actually built this trading platform. So we built it on TradingView's white label on their coding library. So we basically built our own like cracked up version of TradingView. Yep. And each one of these is designed as an arbitrage style indicator to track the underlying stocks in the index. S&P has key support pivots, and then I basically can tie break which way the S&P goes based on what the stocks are doing for different reasons. These orange and blue are gamma exposure levels. So I'm put a gamma exposure here and gamma exposure down here. This is monthly options. This is weekly options. So the market just naturally gets like this positive long pressure from there because of the gamma and delta hedging. Same thing here. There's just a general push in the market. The bigger market today has support all the way down in here. Like the worst case selling off for 2 or 3 days is still likely to support in there. Still very strongly bullish. And the idea is that when the index gets close to its own key gamma exposure maximum level, what we do is at this exact point, I come down and say, well, what are the stocks doing? Oh, well, the stocks are also at that key level and holding. So the S&P is likely to hold as well. These are just very simple, above zero, below zero tiebreakers. We were here at the middle. This went above zero. I knew I was on the wrong side of the trade. I closed out and look, it went against me, right? Very clean, very simple. And it's designed to lead a little bit because it's actually watching the stocks. So my idea was trading futures. I want to watch all the stocks in one gulp, right? I'm sitting here trading, market's like moving along. Then all of a sudden something goes blip, 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 blip. And I'm saying, hey, what's going on here, right? We found out that I went to the news to see, oh, well, because Apple was doing the same thing. Apple was doing very nice and tidy on the gap and go. And then all of a sudden, blip, 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 blip. The indicator is very sensitive watching all the stocks at once. It tells you something is up. And Apple went from top of the box, bottom of the box, back and forth a bunch. And that's what caused that little bit of movement. And then right about, maybe, I don't know, like 20 minutes ago, Apple jumped back to the top. And now the indicator righted itself up. Once Apple started moving at 12:54 Eastern, the index at 12:54 was here. Apple moving and this indicator, Apple broke right there. And that's why I had a 5 or 6 minute head start to get out of the short I was in. See how that works? The idea is it's watching the stocks very closely. And once Apple made the move, it was a head start on the rest of the index, right? And the idea was that's useful information. Saved my butt on a trade. I heard a bunch of people full ported and lost their houses, and I only lost $5. So, yep. Good story. Started back in summer 2022 with trading options and Webull and Robin and TD. There's a group online. Review something. What's your question about it? I'll take a look at that off the stream for sure. Somebody says, go to my boot camp to learn all this stuff. You won't be sorry. Oh yeah, we do teach a trading boot camp as well. It only costs $1 a day. It's actually really cheap. We don't charge a lot for our stuff. What do you think of the constant Feigenbaum constant? Its relevance to exponential price movement in trading. I honestly don't know what that is. Let me Google that really quick. It sounds like math stuff, and I get really excited about it. I can't remember what that was. It's been a while. So this is the limit of the ratio distance between two consecutive bifurcation diagram on, okay. Single. So it's a study of chaotic systems. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, this would be right on my alley. I honestly need to look more into this. I don't know much about it. That's a good question. When you're studying like chaos theory and chaos in mathematics, there's a lot of, the question is how much of the stock market actually moves in some kind of mathematical harmony that's predictable or not. This is just that the market is like a sum of millions of independent actors all working in their own self-interest with no collaboration or no knowledge of what each other is doing. The market is completely like a random amalgamation of like nonsensical non-patterns of people just doing whatever. And I like to understand that the market moves in such a randomness, but in random scenarios, because like I got my degree in engineering, right? Like this little piece of paper on the wall. And I used to teach fluid dynamics at the University of Houston. I actually taught for a while as an undergrad. There's this program they could teach classes. And I was really big into studying like the random, obviously in that fluid dynamics, you study the random movement of particles in some water, right? And then the water moves as a whole. You can tell it's all moving forward, but each individual particle like randomly moves inside of it. The question is the market the same way? Do we all kind of like herd the same way? But individually, we're all kind of scattered and moving around. There's a lot of math to that. And there's a lot of people that have done some serious hedge funding around those types of, concepts and the math, while there's a little bunch of random interactions, there's typically like a bulk ebb and flow in the market. It'd be cool to study though. I think I talk any more about math, half the people here are going to fall asleep and drool on their desks. So the market is influenced by the sun positions and the moon and whatever your horoscope is and are there sunspots. Yeah, sunspots are very key to my trading strategy. I monitor them 100% of the time. I go outside and stare at the sun. When I see sun, I'm just kidding. No, I don't stare at the sun. What's my biggest profitable day with options trading, calls, and puts? So just like 3 weeks ago, I made a $50,000 profit on an options long that I made right after Trump, paused the trade war in Europe. April 10th, that day we rallied 10%. We sold off 6. That day I bought call options that day. That was a big profit. Usually my biggest ones have been a little bit over 100K. Back in 2022 in October, I have some videos on my YouTube channel where I made like thousands of percent and some Google calls and some JP Morgan calls and some Apple calls at the base of the recession. I literally nailed it on the last day. And those were 5-figure bets that turned into 6-figure wins. So as a really big, and everybody likes to troll me because my call options that I was talking about that day, the ones that I bought on April 10th, market was going up. I was like, trade war is going away. I've done the trade war game before. I remember how this goes. Market dipped and crazy. Then we rallied up. Then we sold off. And then right here about the calls. And the calls expired here at a certain point in time. And we went up and up and up and up. And I sat there and I made like 50K. And every day the market would go up a little bit, but the theta would be enough to bring down my gains. Theta loss exceeded delta gains. Usually time to close your option. And I did. But then the very next week, they announced they're going to meet in Geneva and have a meeting. And they met. And they came up with the solution. And the market loved it. And the market went way above my strike. So I would have 32x'd my trade had I held it for another week. I made 50K and I would have made 1.6 million had I held on to the $100,000 of the options I had for the next week and a half. That was left on the table. Now, again, the trade was, I'm betting that this weekend they solve the trade war. How rare would that have been? So you should never like coulda, woulda, shoulda in the market. There was no logic to that. I did the smart thing by leaving when the delta was losing the theta. But lo and behold, had I just decided to be dumb and moronic and hold on to that and just be like, whatever, I'll lose it all if I don't win. I didn't think it was possible that we would get there in the time that we got there. But I happened to pick the perfect date because it rallied through it and then moved up even higher over that week, man. So yeah, that's the biggest trade I've left on the table. And that was a couple weeks ago. Bro, I had such paper hands. But, when I talked to my girlfriend about it, she's like, yeah, but you did the smart thing. And she's not really a trader, but she understands trading a little bit. She goes, risk management. He goes, but didn't you close out because there was very little probability that was going to go up? And I was like, yeah, it was like practically no probability. So essentially you would have only made money if you would have gambled with $100,000, right? Roll the dice. It's like taking a $100,000 bet at that moment in time and then betting that the market just goes up. They fix a trade war in a week. And I'm like, yeah, technically. She's like, well, that sounds kind of stupid. Why would you do that? And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of true. I did do the smart thing. But at the end of the day, it's 50K profit I didn't have. And that's what we tell myself. But I wish I would have made $1.6 million. But, never, ever as a lesson should you do a coulda, woulda, shoulda. Yeah. She always tells me, she's like, you shouldn't have, it would have been akin to you gambling with like 6 figures worth of money. And I'm like, yeah, that's like, yeah, I just bet maybe they'll get together next week and fix. And the thing was that week too, I was thinking about that. I was like, what if next week they just fix it or they get together and meet? But there wasn't any buzz. There wasn't any talking. They weren't even talking to each other. There was all this like, oh, well, China hasn't talked to us. Well, we haven't talked to China. They're accusing each other of nobody wants to move. And I'm like, yeah, I'll just take my profit. But yeah. You've been in a long for over 3 hours. How do you keep yourself from exploding? Well, anytime you feel anything, the rule of thumb, it's not investment advice, of course, but anytime you feel anything at all, you feel sad, you feel happy, you feel impatient, you always walk away is a good idea. Or set a stop and walk away, or close out and walk away. I always walk away. If I start feeling impatient or bored or whatever, it makes me do stupid stuff. So I always walk away. Yeah, I only feel bad because in hindsight, you killed it. But, and technically, now the lesson of the story, you guys, is not that he's right. I didn't lose out on 1.6 million. I made 50K. And in hindsight, I made a fantastic trade to make 50K. You know what I'm saying? So that's the way I think about it. Hopefully that makes sense, right? In hindsight, I made a ball-in trade for 50K. I bought at the right time. I made the right speculation, and there you go. But yeah. So to answer your question, that was the bigger, that was probably one of the bigger trades I did leave on the table. And that's like once in a decade thing where you got a trade war or something come through, a COVID come through, market dips, and you just nail the bottom. Happens, right? Another universe, there's a Matt rolling in dough. Another universe, another Matt lost 100K, lost his house, lost Pickle, lost the iDoc. Sitting on a street corner, watching MyFundedFutures TV on his phone, bumming money to pay the internet. There's that universe too. So we like to think that we ended up in the okay universe by walking away with some green on the table. Yeah. This is like a trading support group. Yeah. Experts. Yeah, that sounds good. Expert account sounds good. But as you guys see, just to kind of give you some hints on my day trading in futures, I trade MyFundedFutures, obviously. I trade some other prop firms out there as well. But, MyFundedFutures has a great place in my heart. I love trading their stuff. I've just been promoted to live. I'll probably talk about that in a little bit. I treat different accounts differently. I have eval accounts. I have funded accounts. I have live accounts. And so at different types of confidence in trading I'm going to trade in different accounts as well. Like if I am not sure of a trade, but I'm like, maybe I'll take it anyways, I'll trade it small. Maybe I'll trade it my like a B setup or a C. It's not really an A plus setup. Maybe it feels like a coin flip setup. Maybe I'll throw a smaller trade into an eval account like that, where it doesn't really, I'm not so far enough ahead that I want to protect it, right? If I have my A plus setups, I reserve my live account for the A plus setup, the thing that makes the best sense. So I'm not always gambling in every account or trading in every account that I have, right? And you'll see that on this stream as well. I'll try to tell you guys, be a little bit more like as transparent as I can be about, I'm taking this trade in a funded account. I'm taking this trade in a live account. I'm taking this trade in like a, I'm still in an eval stage. A lot of times your riskier plays you can take in your evals because there's not as much at stake, right? There's a big sale or something and you got some cheap evals and you want to pass them. You're in your challenges and then you want to, you have a trade like this one in the middle that I just did where I tried to short. It's like a 50-50 shot. It's not an 80% or 90% setup. Why would I go risk the real account or risk the funded account at the low prob setups, right? I only hit those at the high prob setups. So you can utilize your different stages of your prop firm for that as well. This is a little helpful tip. Does the GC correlate to any ETFs? Yeah, Bert, GLD. GLD is the good one. And we have liquidity maps or GLD. So we can watch pretty much any futures contract has a corresponding ETF that goes with it. That's very good. Gold is in a very bullish state today, longing off of this 309.5 and it mirrors gold futures. Yeah. All right, 1.3 viewers. Let's go. Yeah, so I made my long that I made today on my stream. I'll just review the trade setup. It was kind of the same thing that we look for these A pluses. I see Luke popping in. Just quickly, I just waited all morning, and then when I got that dip, I longed back up to the top. And I'd like to see if I can get something like that again, but yeah. Howdy, Luke.
Howdy. I'm back. How are we feeling?
Pretty cool. I lost $5 demonstrating a trade.
Okay, well, at least you showed something, you taught something, you shared something. It's all right. I guess, should we pop another code on the screen? I don't know.
Chat, do you guys want him to pop a code on the screen? Y'all sound asleep when he said that. I don't know. They don't sound that excited about it. Chat, let's get
Should we
something
save
in
it
chat
for
here.
tomorrow?
Maybe they want you to do it next week. I don't think they want you to do it right now.
You don't think so?
I don't
All
think
right,
so.
well, we'll see.
No.
Matt, give us a final word of wisdom or a final thought.
Final thought. I got to say that I really enjoy this this community you guys have. I really enjoy. This is not a trading final thought. This is just a MyFundedFutures final thought. You guys have something really special going on over here. This is one of the coolest communities I've ever been introduced to. I've been on podcasts. I've been on shows, and these guys are awesome, and you guys are awesome. Keep up the good work and keep building this stream up, you guys, and come back every day. I love how much gifting is going on around here. It's very awesome, and that's a very good blessing that they're sending to you guys.
Awesome. All right, and you'll be back tomorrow, 23 hours from now?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's pop the code.
Pop that code.
Expert accounts. 15 of you. Every day they keep going. If the education isn't enough to pay attention, this is another reason for the people. If you've not yet subscribed to the you have not subscribed to the channel, do so now so you can be eligible to win tomorrow. If you have not yet liked the stream, do so now. And we'll just keep moving and grooving and rocking and rolling. How's that?
Very nice. Pro trades only 15. 50K expert accounts. Man, dude, those expert accounts are awesome, man. They're so cool. I like the idea that there's no consistency rule in both the eval and the funded stage. That's, you don't really see that out there that much, which is super cool.
Awesome. Well, my friend, I wish you happy trading. I wish you a happy afternoon stream on your channel.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'll see you tomorrow.
Yep. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be live in a little bit. If you guys go down to the description, check out my stuff. So I'll be live in a little bit.
All right, everyone.